Welcome to Vermillion Tanager Football, brought to you by First Dakota National Bank of Vermillion, live on ESPN 101.5 and AM 1570 and Vermillion Streaming. This broadcast is made possible by the following Yankton Sportscaster Club members, including
State Farm Insurance Agent Dick Sunday, Vermillion Auto Works, Murph's Appliance, Knudsen Family Dentistry, Intech, Pump and Pack, Dakota Realty, Masaba, First Dakota National Bank, Vermillion Vision Care, Todd's Electric, Larry's Heating and Cooling, Vermillion Medical Clinic, Slumberland, Candy's Couture, Clay County Abstract and Title Company, Blaine's Body Shop, Kalen's Indoor Comfort, JFI, Pizza Ranch, Fuller Digital Solutions, Yankton Thrive, Runnings, Thermobond, The Lumberyard, Dairy Queen Vermillion, Midwest Ready Mix, Clark's Rentals, and Dave's Roofing.
It's time now for the Carlson's Body Shop pregame show with the voice of Vermillion Tanagers, Michael Schumacher. Shop pregame show with the voice of Vermillion Tanagers, Michael Schumacher. Shop pregame show with the.
She is hurt her shoulder. She texted me that today, so we want to thank Katie and Reagan for stepping in today. Really appreciate that. And so we have a great pregame for you. This is the Carlson's Body Shop pregame show. Carlson's Body Shop in Beersford, your complete car care center for over 60 years. This is Tanager Football brought to you by First Dakota National Bank. First Dakota National Bank for over 150 years, serving their customers, whether it's commercial, personal, or ag banking needs. It is First Dakota National Bank. All right, well, we are going to get into this. We do have coaches' interviews with Coach Lundstrom, Coach O'Boyle. We had a sit-down that we had with Kane Wallner of Canton, who is also a University of South Dakota football commit. We're going to go over the standings in Class 11 AAA, AA, A, B, 9AA, 9A, and 9B. And that is actually what we're going to do first. Let's take a look at the standings. All right, so around the state on Monday, this is the most recent South Dakota Prep Media poll. Harrisburg on top with 15 out of 20 first-place votes to stay in first place. Lincoln got the other 5 first-place votes to stay in second. Staying in third is Brandon Valley at 2-0. And Jefferson moves up from 5th to 4th at 2-0. And O'Gorman falls from 4th to 5th at 0-2. And you're thinking, well, 0-2, but their losses have been to Harrisburg and to Lincoln. So O'Gorman's 0-2 is not your typical 0-2. Also receiving votes, Sioux Falls, Roosevelt. I did get a text from Chandler Cleveland that she will be watching us, streaming us for a little bit, so I want to thank Chandler for doing that as well. So that's our 11 AAA. So let's take a look. Let's take a look at the games in 11 AAA going on tonight in the matchups. You have 2-0, number 3, Brandon Valley against 0-2, O'Gorman. And again, O'Gorman just... the road does not get it any easier. They have now faced number 1, number 2, and number 3 in the top 5 in AAA. So the road gets much easier after that. They take on Rapid City Central. Then they take on number 4, Sioux Falls Jefferson. Then they take 11 on 11 AA, number 1, Pierre. Ooh. If anybody's been tuning in, I had the unfortunate notion of finding out that Katie was a Pierre Governors fan, so it almost broke us up, but I was the bigger man and decided I could overlook it. And so I'm accepting. I'm nothing if not accepting. Honestly, people will tell you that. I am very open-minded, very giving. Benevolent, I believe, is a term that's often thrown around for me. So, yes, I've overlooked it. And she's giving me a face. But they also face Washington, Stevens, and Roosevelt. So O'Gorman getting the tough part of their schedule out of the way early. Now, number 1, Harrisburg takes on Rapid City Central. I do say that Coach Brandon Colpitz will get his first head coaching victory this year. I think he gets 2. I don't think it's tonight. Harrisburg is too good. But Coach Colpitz is building a culture out there in Rapid City Central. Sturgis Brown is taking on Rapid City Stevens in an 11 AA versus 11 AAA matchup. That's at Woodall Field. And then tomorrow in 11 AAA, you have Sioux Falls, Washington at 0-2 hosting Sioux Falls Jefferson, number 4. Since that Washington Warriors legend Katie Crossway left 25 years ago, Sioux Falls, Washington has just fallen on hard times. And then number 2, Sioux Falls Lincoln at 2-0 takes on receiving votes Sioux Falls Roosevelt. So that's your 11 AAA look. In 11 AA, Pierre received all 20 first-place votes. Yankton received a first-place vote last week, not so much this week. After that loss to Watertown, a lot of shaking up in the 11 AA matchups. Pierre, 20 first-place votes, stays in first at 2-0. Watertown at 1-1 moves up to fourth. Watertown beat Yankton, not handily. It was Yankton was in it, but Watertown did control a lot of that game. Watertown's only loss, I believe, was to Lincoln or to Brandon Valley. I'm not quite sure. I'll double-check on that. Spearfish stays in third at 2-0, really on the heels of that victory of theirs over T area in the opening night. Yankton at 1-1 falls from second to fourth. And then Brookings, after receiving votes, they're in fifth. Also receiving votes is T area. A great matchup tonight in 11 AA is Brookings versus Aberdeen Central. Brookings versus Aberdeen Central, I think we're really going to find out who might be the imposter and who's for real. So it's Aberdeen Central hosting Brookings. Aberdeen Central is 0-2, but they've played Pierre really close in the opening night. So we'll see how that one turns out. I'm predicting Aberdeen Central coming out on top. Number 1 versus number 2 with Pierre hosting Watertown. We'll see if Watertown's for real. That's at Hollister Football Field in Pierre. Douglas in Box Elder is hosting number 4 Yankton. Zach Spear will be on the call. That'll be on 5-star streaming on YouTube and Classic Hits 106.3. And Huron is hosting T area, as well as Sturgis Brown, again, hosting Rapid City Stevens. Tomorrow, you have Mitchell at 1-1 hosting number 3 Spearfish at Joe Quintal Field. Could see a Mitchell upset there of Spearfish, so do not be surprised if you see that. Then in 11A, Canton, who we will see tonight here against the Vermillion Tanagers, stays in first with 10 first-place votes. But they are tied with Sioux Falls Christian, who's also 2-0 with 2 first-place votes. Number 3 is Lennox at 2-0. They move up from 4th. Dakota Valley falls to 4th after being 3rd. They're 1-1. And Del Rapids is back into the top 5 after receiving votes. They're at 1-1. Also receiving votes, Tri-Valley, Rapid City Christian, and West Central. In 11A tonight, it's Del Rapids versus Rapid City Christian at Del Rapids, tied at 6 with 11 minutes to go in the second. Lakota Tech hosting Dakota Valley, Tri-Valley and Belfouche, Custer and Madison, Lennox and Sioux Falls Christian. That's a 3 versus 1 matchup. Receiving votes, West Central hosting McCook Central Montrose, Millbank hosting Groton area, Vermillion, of course, hosting Canton, and that is your look at 11A. In 11B, you have Winter on top with 15 first-place votes, staying in first. They are playing Elk Point Jefferson tonight, who is in number 2 with 3 first-place votes at 2-0. That should be a great matchup. Elk Point Jefferson had a close game last week, but they were able to come out on top. I believe that was against McCook Central Montrose. So that should be a great matchup, Winter versus EPJ. Sioux Valley in third at 2-0 receives 2 first-place votes. Woonsocket Wessington Springs Sanborn Central in 4th. Mount Vernon Plankinton in 5th after receiving votes last week. Also receiving votes, Wagner, who was in 5th last week. Groton area. And Beersford. I should say Wagner was in 5th at the beginning of the season. Beersford was in 5th last week, and they are now receiving votes. If you want to take a look around 11B, Clark Willow Lake is taking on number 3 Sioux Valley. West Central is receiving votes, taking on McCook Central Montrose. Receiving votes, Wagner taking on Mount Vernon Plankinton. They're both 2-1. Receiving votes, Groton area versus Millbank. Receiving votes, Beersford versus Bridgewater Emery Ethan. Other area matchups, Baltic and Parker. Someone will get their first win of the season. I saw Baltic play Beersford. They're a team that does not give up. I believe they will come out on top. Woonsocket Wessington Springs Sanborn Central is taking on Webster area. That's a 4th-ranked Woonsocket Wessington Springs Sanborn Central. And again, in the matchup of the night in Class 11B, Elk Point Jefferson versus Winner, 1 versus 2. All right, let's take a look at 9-man football. In 9AA action, it's Parkston with 16 first-place votes at 3-0, staying in first. Number 2, Hamlin with 4 first-place votes at 3-0, staying in second. Staying in third, Elkton Lake Benton at 3-0. Number Hill City staying in number 4, their first year in 9-man football. And Viborg Hurley, who will be on 5-star streaming tonight, brought to you by Rich Wright. They are in Alcester Hudson in what should be a great matchup, but Viborg Hurley in 5th. Also receiving votes in 9AA, Hanson, Tripp, Delmont Armor, AC, Lightning Bolt, DC, Andy Central, and Kimball White Lake. As always, here's my shout-out to Pickstown. Pickstown kids go to Andy Central. How do I know that? Because in 1969, one young lady named Linda Harvey, her school in Pickstown closed down. She ended up going to Andy Central, or Lake Andes, the Golden Eagles. And why is Linda Harvey of so much importance? Because without Linda Harvey, you don't get Michael Schumacher. And, you know, the world would just be a lesser place without me. And Katie just shakes her head. But that is why I know so much about Pickstown and Andy Central. And I do always want to give a shout-out to the Pickstown Museum. Keep an eye out for a Pickstown Museum Facebook page. They did approve that the other night. I will be manning that from now on as well. So hope you will join me there. So also in 9A, Kimball White Lake with 2 votes. So that's 9AA. In 9A, it's Howard with 19 first-place votes staying in first. Wall with 1 staying in second. Warner in third. Woolsey Wessington in 4th. And in 5th, it is Harding County Bison. So no change. Also receiving votes, Alcester Hudson and Phillip. Alcester Hudson, of course, is taking on Viborg Hurley tonight. So in 9AA action, it's a 4-5 matchup, Hill City versus Harding County Bison. Kimball White Lake taking on Platte Geddes. Receiving votes, Alcester Hudson versus number 5, Viborg Hurley. Freeman, Marion Freeman Academy taking on Gayville Vollen. You can find that on Gayville Vollen Raiders on YouTube. Jacob Logue will be on the call along with Tristan Nelson running camera. Tristan Nelson is a freshman at Gayville Vollen. His mom is Crystal Nelson, the executive director at the Mead Museum. So if I'm talking museums, go see the Pickstown Museum and go see the Mead Museum. Bon Home hosting Gregory. Garrettson hosting Receiving Votes Canastota. Scotland Menno at 1 and 2 hosting Receiving Votes Tripp Delmont Armor AC Lightning Bolt DC. Number 1 Parkston versus Receiving Votes Hanson. DeSmet hosting number 3 Elkton Lake Benton, and Great Plains Lutheran hosting number 2 Hamlin. And Wall hosting New Underwood, and Kadoka area receiving votes is at Bennett County. Number 1 Howard in 9A versus Chester area. And my mom heard the shout out, so I'm getting a text here, so people are listening. That's where all the cool people are listening to this stream or watching. Number 1 Howard is at Chester area. Number 5 Harding County Bison hosting Hill City. Kimball White Lake hosting Platte Geddes. And again, number 3 Warner hosting Falkton area. Number 2 Falkton area. And number 2 Wall versus New Underwood. And finally, in Class 9B action. 9B poll, defending champion Avon. Defending champion Avon is on top with all 20 first-place votes. And followed by Falkton area, Del Rapids St. Mary, Sully Buttes, and Corsica Stickney. Del Rapids St. Mary moves up from 4th, Sully Buttes moves up from 5th, and Corsica Stickney moves up falls down from 3rd. Also receiving votes, Canastota, Kadoka area, and Harriet, Selby area. So that is a look at our polls and our look around the state. Also in 9B, area teams in action. You have Avon versus Corsica Stickney, and number 1 versus number 5. Sully Buttes versus Hitchcock Tulare. That's number 4, Sully Buttes. And Del Rapids St. Mary hosting Coleman Egan, and Kadoka area on the road at Bennett County, and receiving votes Harriet Selby area on the road at Lemon McIntosh. When we come back, we will have our interview with Kane Wallner, the USD football commit, the Canton Seahawks, Mr. Do Everything. We'll be back in 1 minute here on ESPN Radio, 101.5 FM, 1570 AM KVTK, Vermillion and Yankton, and Vermillion streaming on YouTube. This is Tanager Football, brought to you by First Dakota National Bank.
Hi, I'm Farron Pratt, president of First Dakota National Bank in Vermillion. It's just about game time, so grab some snacks, find your seat, and get ready to cheer on the Tanagers to a victory along with First Dakota. And after the game, when you've had a chance to catch your breath, come on down to First Dakota National Bank and chat with us about how we can win your business too. We've got a pretty impressive team, if I do say so myself. But for now, it's game time. Let's go Tanagers!
The Pizza Ranch Vermillion is your event headquarters. Enjoy the crisp salad bar, the country's best chicken, and fresh pizza. Want a custom pizza? Just ask. We are proud to offer the buffet your way. And the Fun Zone Arcade features 36 games, 2 golf simulators, and full bar. Perfect for pregame tailgates and parties. Have a business meeting, team, or office party? Reserve the Dakota Center. It holds up to 300 people. Order online at pizzaranch.com for delivery, or circle your wagons and make Pizza Ranch your tailgate place next to USG. The Dairy Queen Grill and Chill in Vermillion is proud to support local athletics like USD and the Tanagers. The DQ Fall flavors are in, and DQ has great food at great prices. Get a $7 meal deal. Choose from a cheeseburger or 3-piece chicken basket with fries, a drink, and a sundae for only $7. Got an office team party or birthday party? If you want to celebrate, don't bake, buy a DQ cake. And DQ supports the Sanford Children's Network. So after the game, take your team for a thrill to the Dairy Queen Grill and Chill, 905 East Cherry Street, Vermillion, South Dakota.
How about yourself?
I am doing great. Is this still an okay time for you for an interview?
Yeah, it is.
All right. So we'll be, I'm on an ad break right now. It'll be about 1 minute. I'll just kind of give you the lay of the land, how I usually do my interviews. I like to do a little bit, just kind of some icebreakers as well. So I'll introduce you.
How about yourself?
I am doing great. Is this still an okay time for you for an interview? Decision?
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, we'll talk. All right, so we'll be. I'm on an ad break right now. It'll be about 1 minute. I'll just kind of give you the lay of the land, how I usually do my interviews. I like to do a little bit, just kind of some icebreakers as well. So I'll introduce you.
How about yourself?
I am doing great. Is this still an okay time for you for an interview? Decision?
Yeah, it is.
We'll talk. All right, so we'll be. I'm on an ad break right now. It'll be about 1 minute. I'll just kind of give you the lay of the land, how I usually do my interviews. I like to do a little bit, just kind of some icebreakers as well. So I'll introduce you. I am doing great. Is this still an okay time for an interview? Decision?
Yeah, it is.
All right, so we'll be. I'm on an ad break right now. It'll be about 1 minute. I'll just kind of give you the lay of the land, how I usually do my interviews. I like to do a little bit, just kind of some icebreakers as well. So I'll introduce you. I am doing great. Is this still an okay time for an interview? Decision?
Yeah, it is.
All right, so we'll be. I'm on an ad break right now. It'll be about 1 minute. I'm just going to give you the lay of the land, how I usually do my interviews. I like to do a little bit, just kind of some icebreakers as well. So I'll introduce you. I'm doing great. Is this still an okay time for an interview? Decision?
Yeah, it is.
All right, so we'll be. I'm on an ad break right now. It'll be about 1 minute. I'm just going to give you the lay of the land, how I usually do my interviews. I like to do a little bit, just kind of some icebreakers as well. So I'll introduce you. I'm doing great. Is this still an okay time for an interview? Decision?
Yeah, it is.
All right, so we'll be. I'm on an ad break right now. It'll be about 1 minute. I'm just going to give you the lay of the land, how I usually do my interviews. I like to do a little bit, just kind of some icebreakers as well. So I'll introduce you. I'm doing great. Is this still an okay time for an interview? Decision?
Yeah, it is.
All right, so we'll be. I'm on an ad break right now. It'll be about 1 minute. I'm just going to give you the lay of the land, how I usually do my interviews. protect her a little bit. And you gave it to us. All right. Now I know football's not horrible. What other sports? You gave it to us. All right. And now I know football's not horrible. What other sports? Golf and So, this is basketball, football, softball, football. You had to practice. What about the game, golf, and one night a week? Say when basketball starts up, it's going to be a 2-3 game a week. You have to be a little bit hectic. So, this is basketball, softball, football. I tell you what, when you had to practice, what about your game of football? I'll get you that. Excited about fucking camp. When did you go football? Get there a little bit hectic. Not only above, it's basketball. You were good at football. Honestly, when you had to practice, what was your game of football? I'll get you that. What are you hoping to play? Obviously, it's fun. The coaching staff will work with it all that good. What have you played and what do you hope to play? Yeah, I've what are you hoping to play? Obviously, it's fun. I've played yeah, I'm going to have to play middle linebacker as well. I'm totally fine with that. And middle linebacker is one of those positions that, it's not just, there are some positions that require just pure athleticism. There are some positions that require just intelligence. It feels like an instinct. It feels like middle linebacker is the most, I don't think it gets enough credit for having to have a middle linebacker, both physical and mental when it comes to players' game. It's not just, definitely. You got to kind of be the quarterback. There are some positions that require just intelligence. It feels like an instinct. It feels like middle linebacker. All right, well, we're going to talk more about your instinct process. I did mention I have some icebreakers. I'm trusting there are no wrong answers. Nothing else different. You think you're ready for it? First one, I think you have a feeling you're going to have an answer. You have one final meal. What did you mention? I have some icebreakers. I'm trusting there are no wrong answers. I'm going to have you think you're ready for it? First one, I think you have a feeling you're going to have an answer. All right. You have one final meal. That's the whole thing. There's nothing wrong with I'm going to have especially when it's made out right? Yeah. I think you have a pretty solid all right. You have one homemade noodles and everything. That's the whole thing. Oh, yeah. Nothing wrong with wow. That sounds awesome. All right. Well, see, I had a feeling you'd have an answer. Especially when it's made out all right. Now, this next one is hopefully you're a fan. If you're not, you have homemade noodles and everything. And that's free. Musical art. Live in concert from throughout history. That sounds awesome. All right. Or dead. Okay, I had a feeling you'd have a musical artist. Especially when it's made out all right. Now, this next one is hopefully you're a fan. If you're not, homemade noodles and everything. And that's free. Musical art. Live in concert from throughout history. Probably like living all right. Okay, I had a feeling.
Okay. Hey, nothing wrong with that. You keep it fresh. Especially with all one ton. You know, I see a lot of people go vertical just load it up with the same genre. I get that, except I feel like after a few hours that might get a little to know. It's the rapping country. Crossover. Hey, nothing wrong with that. You never know. I mean, I keep it fresh. Especially with all one ton. I see a lot of people go vertical load it up with the same genre. I get that. You have the ability to travel back hours at any point in time. It's the rapping country. One ton crossover. Hey, nothing wrong with that. When would you stop? Never know. I see a lot of people load it up with the same genre. You have the ability to travel back hours at any point in time. One ton
Welcome back to Vermillion Tanager Football, brought to you by First Dakota National Bank. Seems like we had issues with the interview. I do apologize. I had an interview with Kane Wallner, so we will get that uploaded to 5-star streaming on YouTube. So we were going to discuss, I'll take that off there as well. So we had a chance to sit down with both coaches, and we are going to bring that to you now, as I think there might be a connection issue with my computer, so we will take a look here. But this will be an interview brought to you by with Coach Rich Lundstrom of the Canton Seahawks. We'll be right back with that interview right now. Welcome back to our coaches' conversation, and on the line we have Coach Rich Lundstrom of the top-ranked Canton Seahawks. Coach, how's it going today?
Pretty good. How are you doing?
Not bad at all. You know, it's the middle of football season, so it's a fun time, and the weather's it's football weather. You know, it's kind of warm, sometimes cool, other times it's a perfect time of year for me. I appreciate this time. You guys are off to a pretty good start. You're 2-0. You've had some close battles, but you guys have come through. So far, what are your feelings on your season?
Well, we're still improving. We still have work to do, but I like how we don't get down. We stick with it, and you know, it's paid off at the end of the games the last 2 weeks.
Well, it really has, and you've played some pretty good competition. Rapid City Christian is honestly, they seem like they've almost taken over from St. Thomas More as far as that 11-man power out in West River, you know, in the Rapid City area. And Dakota Valley, they're always tough, you know, and they're tough again. So, you know, you face some good competition. Do you like how your guys have responded in those close matchups? I mean, blowouts are nice. It's nice to have an easy win, but, man, sometimes you learn so much about your team in close wins or close losses about how they respond.
Oh, definitely. And, you know, last week we got the ball with 40 seconds left and went down and scored to break a 13-13 tie, then held on. So took away some, like 3 or 4 passes. I can't remember if they went 3 downs or 4 downs. And, you know, it's nerve-wracking for all of us that aren't playing, but it's fun football. And, you know, they're great games to be in, great games to be associated with.
Well, and they really are. You know, as far as your team goes, I mean, you have a player that a lot of people know, the name Kane Wallner. I had a chance to interview him when he committed to USD. You know, so a lot of people know, but you're obviously a team. 11-man football is more than just one player. One player can't carry a team. Who are some other players that are leaders out there, whether it's statistically or even just players that you know you can rely upon? Because offensive linemen don't really get stats, but you know maybe there's a center or a lineman that's like, yeah, he's going to direct things out there. Who are some other players for you that as a coach you can just say, man, I can really put the ball in their hands and I'm going to feel comfortable?
Well, our other halfback is T. Granum, and he is playing amazing this year, and he's a corner for us too. But you know, he's a special talent, and he'd be like the main guy on any other team. But kind of takes the back seat a little bit to Kane, but he still does a lot of amazing things. On the line, our center has been starting for 3 years, Hunter Richmond, so he's kind of the guy that directs things on the line. And then we have Chance Riley that's been starting for a couple of years. Rylan Larson is a tight end, DN that tore his knee up last year. We were expecting huge things from him last year, so it's great to have him back. On defense, we got the sophomore, Kevin Strand, that's just a beast at linebacker. Love to watch him play. And then we got a bunch of young guys on defense that are coming along nicely.
All right. Well, excellent. Well, you're playing a familiar foe in Vermillion. The Tanagers 1-1 had that opening game loss at home against Lennox. That personally, being there, the score not indicative of how close. It was a lot closer than that, a few bounces here and there. Then they go out to Lakota Tech. And Lakota Tech has some individual talent, but obviously still growing as a team. Always hard to know what to take away from a win like that. What does this Tanager team and Coach O'Boyle, what do they bring to the table that will pose some challenges for your squad, but also maybe pose some opportunities?
Well, they throw the ball really well. So that's what we focused on this week is trying to stop the passing game. I guess I didn't really look at the ages. I know that the last couple of years they've been really young, so they should and could, I guess I should say, have quite a bit of experience playing. So, and we, even though we have a lot of seniors starting, a lot of them are starting for the first time ever. So they might have the experience lead on us.
All right. Well, when you get into these matchups with teams that you're familiar with, some of your players have played against them a few different times. Is there just a genuine rivalry there between teams and between players? I know, obviously, you lose kids. There's always graduation. But are there rivalry games that you guys get up for more than others?
Oh, yeah. I like playing Vermillion. We have been playing them for a long time. So it's fun for me, and it's a good rivalry, I think. It's weird. I think, like, the kids nowadays, there's not really so much of a rivalry thing with it because they all play together in the summers and stuff on, different Y-ball teams or whatever. And so the rivalry thing that, from the past for kids, I think is kind of diminished.
I bet that's right. I guess I hadn't really thought about that. When I was growing up, I grew up in Crofton. I didn't see the kids from Bloomfield until it was school again and you were playing them for something. And so, you're like, oh, I hate those guys. Yeah, right. I suppose now it's hard to hate the guy that's your teammate for 8 weeks during the summer. So I hadn't thought about that before. Oh, okay, all right. I guess I view it a little bit differently. It's more of a fan thing and probably even coaches that have been there for a while. And you talking about Canton and history and heritage, what's it like to kind of lead a team that has such a rich tradition like Canton Seahawk football?
Oh, it's awesome. It's honestly, it's what I've always wanted to do. When I went to USD, and when I would be in my coaching classes, anything that I would have to do for assignments or projects, I was the head coach of the Canton Canton Seahawks. So I played here, and it was something I always wanted to do, and I got the opportunity, and I've loved it.
Well, and that is amazing to be able to do that and to be part of that, because I think that's a part of high school football is these teams that have been there for so long, and that tradition is there. So maybe the rivalries have gone away, but that love of the team and the fans, the players that played there that are now parents or grandparents, they have to have that love of it as well, don't they?
Oh, yeah, definitely.
All right. Well, excellent. Well, I'm looking forward to the action. I think it's going to be a great game. One final thing, playing in the Dome, obviously it's everybody's goal for the state championship, but what's it like in a regular season game? Because it's a different atmosphere than any other stadium or facility you're going to. What does that present as far as potential challenges?
It is. I don't really think there's a big challenge. I guess getting used to the noise, kind of, but a regular season game is not, obviously it's not near the noise that it is in a state championship, but it's just, being enclosed and getting used to that, I think, is the most challenging thing. But, there's so many turf fields now that you don't have to go down and get used to the turf or anything because we haven't this year, but half the teams on our schedule have turf now. So I'd say the noise.
All right. Well, excellent. Well, Coach Lundstrom, thank you so much for taking the time to talk with me today. Really appreciate it. Best of luck on Friday against the Vermillion, and looking forward to calling the game.
Awesome. Thanks.
That was Coach Rich Lundstrom as we get ready to bring you Vermillion Tanager football against the top-ranked Canton Seahawks here on Vermillion, streaming on YouTube and ESPN Radio 101.5 FM, 1570 AM KVTK, Vermillion and Yankton. I am the voice of Vermillion Tanager Athletics, Michael Schumacher, and we'll be right back after these messages from our Vermillion sportscasters.
Truckers, commercial fleet, car owners, when you need a DOT inspection, you need a battery, oil change, diagnostic, or specialized tire service for farm, auto, and heavy equipment, JFI will get your vehicle repaired and washed and back on the road. JFI proudly supports Vermillion Tanagers, the community of Vermillion, in business for nearly 100 years for a reason. JFI is the best, and that's no lie. JFI 1218 Compton Court, Vermillion.
If you're considering a new roof, you want to put your roof in the hands of Dave's Roofing. Dave's Roofing specializes in residential roofing and has over 10 years of experience. Dave's Roofing covers any job from a 60 to 80 mile radius of Sioux City and has a 10-man crew that completes most jobs in one day. Dave's Roofing will make sure the cleanup job is done right afterwards too. And the products installed are impact rated and eligible for homeowners insurance discounts. Look up Dave's Roofing on Facebook and check out the work that's been done and customer testimonials.
Are you ready to start a career with an exciting team? Thermobond is looking to add to our team of experts. We offer competitive wages, a positive work environment, and on-the-job training. Thermobond is headquartered in Elk Point, South Dakota, and for over 30 years we've been providing lightweight and precast solutions for multiple industries nationwide. Check us out and see if you'd like to start a new career with us today.
Welcome to Runnings in Vermillion. Shop their great lineup of clothes for women, names like Ariat and Carhartt for men, boots and shoes and kids clothing. Runnings has a large supply of animal food and accessories. Love the outdoors? See the selection of ammo, firearms, and fishing equipment. For everything you need, walk through the doors at Runnings, your home, farm, and outdoor store, Vermillion.
I'm Blaine Olson, owner of Blaine's Body Shop in Vermillion. I grew up here, graduated here, and now have a business here. I'm proud to serve the community that has helped me live this dream. I have top-notch equipment, the latest in training, along with a work ethic and the desire to serve you. Should you need repairs in the future, please remember Blaine's Body Shop across from Polaris on the Highway 50 bypass in Vermillion.
Blaine's Body Shop. Automotive collision repair.
Now online at blainesbodyshop.com.
Get the finest wood in the neighborhood. Down at the lumberyard.
But it's not just wood at the lumberyard. With a wide variety of quality building materials, the folks at the lumberyard can help you with all of your project needs. Whether it be paint, siding, cabinets, windows, or of course lumber, the lumberyard is ready to help. The best wood in the neighborhood at the lumberyard, 1000 West Cherry Street in Vermillion.
Where do we go now? Where do we go? I'm often compared to Axl Rose, often imitated, never duplicated. That's what they say. Somebody somewhere might have said that. It's like a million monkeys with a million typewriters. Eventually they'll write Shakespeare. But we are here for some football, high school football, between the Vermillion Tanagers and the Canton Seahawks. The Canton Seahawks are the top-ranked team, tied for the top-ranked team with Sioux Falls Christian. Rich heritage. But Coach Gary Culver came up and brought us the Canton Vermillion series record. They have met 68 times in the past, and Vermillion has won 42 of those games. 42 wins, 25 losses, and 1 tie. From 1931 to 1946, Vermillion dominated. 34-0, 27-0, 13-0. Actually, Canton did not score for 5 years in this matchup. They scored 6 points in 38, 7 in 39, nothing again for 3 years in 43, 44, and 45. And Vermillion won 55-6 in 1946. They did not play for 13 years. Then in 1959, Canton won 19-13. It really became back and forth at that point. Canton, then Vermillion in 1960, Canton in 61, Vermillion in 62, Canton 63, then Vermillion won 2 in a row, 64-65. Canton won in 1966. In 67, 68, and 69, when one Linda Harvey was a sophomore, junior, and senior at Pickstown, Vermillion won all 3 seasons. In 1970 and 71, Canton won. Vermillion in 72, Canton in 73. I should say in 1969, the year, it's almost apropos, the year my mom graduated from Lake Andes, not Pickstown where she wanted to, Canton and Vermillion tied. So that's really kind of apropos. Mom couldn't graduate, so it's not like a win from Pickstown, but she did graduate, so it's not a loss. So it was a tie. I mean, so everything connects to Linda Harvey at Lake Andes. And hopefully my mom's listening, but we'll see. Who knows? But so that in 1978 so they did not play after 73 until 1978. Then back and forth. Vermillion won 4 the next 5, and then Canton went on a run in 1984. Canton won in 84, 85, and 86. 87, Canton won 3-0 in the regular season, but then Vermillion won 14-6 in the playoffs. In 1988, Canton won 7-6 in the regular season. Vermillion won 17-8 in the playoffs. Canton won in 1989. Vermillion won in 90, 91, and 92. And in 91, Vermillion won in both the regular season and the playoffs. And then Vermillion won from 1993 until 2003. Hey, Hope Johnson's up here saying hi. Vermillion product. I know she's at all these games, so thank you, Hope, for stopping up. Play the stream for me, get me a viewer. All right. She and Andrew, good friends, so thank you so much. All right, excellent. Met Hope and Andrew at Celebrate Church in Yankton, so glad to see Hope over here. All right, so then in 2004, Canton won 3 in a row. Vermillion won 3 in a row in 07, 08, and 09. And then Canton has won every year since 2010, 11, 12, 15, 16, 21, 22, and 23. So Canton hoping to keep that winning streak alive. Vermillion hoping to stave it off. In the playoff history, Vermillion was the Class 11A runner-up in 1981. Then they were the champions in 90, 91, 92, 95, and 1999. And when we talk about Canton and their heritage, they were the champions in 86, 06, and 19. And then they were the 11A runner-up in class in the year 2020. So this is a great matchup, with a lot of history. So when we come back, we're going to talk about with Coach O'Boyle. We'll be back after this as we get ready to bring you Tanager football, brought to you by First Dakota National Bank. You are listening and watching the Carlson's Body Shop pregame show here on Vermillion, streaming on YouTube and ESPN Radio, 101.5 FM, 1570 AM, KVTK, Vermillion and Yankton. We'll be back after these messages from our Vermillion sportscasters.
Midwest Ready Mix and Clark's Rentals are your locally owned and operated ready mix and rental companies available in both Yankton and Vermillion. The Oshkosh front discharge mixers allow for easy placement of concrete, and they're nearly unstoppable. More of a do-it-yourself fan? You can also get all your hand tools, mini excavators, skid steers, aerial lift equipment, and more for any job you need to get done. Choose Midwest Ready Mix and Clark's Rentals as your concrete and rental equipment headquarters of Yankton and Vermillion.
This is your invitation to thrive in Yankton, South Dakota. Nestled on the bluffs of the Missouri River, plenty of outdoor adventures are waiting. Whether you work remote or in a traditional office, we have a spot for you. Quality health care, diverse manufacturing, progressive school system, Mount Marty University, and so much more. Explore with family and friends. Let's thrive together.
For over 40 years, your local heating and cooling contractor has been Larry's Heating and Cooling. How do we stay in business that long? Our customers know we stand behind our work. We offer top quality name brand equipment, and no one matches our pricing. When compared to the other local Lennox dealers based in Iowa, we are $2,000 less for the same equipment. Not a Larry's customer? Well, when you're ready to upgrade, trust Larry's. Honest pricing, no gimmicks, and reliable service. Larry's Heating and Cooling, Yankton and Vermillion.
Starting the first bank in South Dakota was the easy part, earning the confidence of local farmers, helping families account for their dreams, and securing the future for countless businesses took us a little longer. We owe it to the hard workers, big dreamers, and forward thinkers out there. Thank you for making South Dakota a great place to call home.
If you want somebody to come into your home and fix everything right the first time, look professional, act professional, treat you with respect, you gotta call Caitlin's. When they come in, I feel that they want to be there. I feel that they want to help me.
You know, they put on the little booties over their shoes. They had canvas from the garage door all the way down to walk on. They left the furnace room in the basement probably cleaner than it was when they came in.
They just do customer service very well. I would recommend Caitlin's to anyone.
Fuller Digital Solutions started small, but now we're growing as FDS provides live streaming coverage for over 20 schools across 3 different states on our Fuller Digital Solutions YouTube channel. Subscribe to get notified when we go live for your school events. Big events are captured live, and your business can get noticed with advertising during our live streams. Local talent and camera operators are encouraged to contact us too for future employment. No experience necessary. We will train. For information about advertising or working with Fuller Digital Solutions, email us and follow us on Facebook.
Welcome back to Tanager Football, brought to you by First Dakota National Bank. You are paying attention to the Carlson's Body Shop pregame show earlier today on At the Mic, which runs 7 to 9 a.m. every Monday through Friday on ESPN Radio, 101.5 FM, 1570 a.m. I had a chance to sit down with Coach Tom O'Boyle, and so here is part of that conversation regarding tonight's game against the Canton Seahawks.
Line, we have the head coach for the Vermillion Tanagers, Tom O'Boyle. Coach, how are you doing today?
Good morning, Michael. It's a great day. I'm doing super. It's another Friday has come upon us, so we've got the smell of fall in the air, and high school football and college football rolling, and baseball playoffs. So I don't think there's a better time of year.
I don't think there is either, because the weather's perfect. You know, this is exactly what I love. And yeah, you have football, and with NFL starting on Thursdays now, football Thursday, high school football Friday, college football Saturdays, NFL football Sundays, Monday Night Football. It's like, oh, you've got sports all the time. Then you toss in, I'm getting into volleyball. I've been calling some Tanagers volleyball. Loving that sport. So, yeah, this is, and yeah, baseball with 20 games to go is starting to heat up. So, nope, can't complain too much at all. Tonight, we have some football, and it's going to be great football. It's at the Dome, and you guys are taking on top-ranked Canton, a team with such great tradition, and between Canton and Vermillion, such great tradition and such a great rivalry. You know, coming off that win at Lakota Tech, let's mention that first. You know, a long road trip, those can always be tough because you have to stop, you have to loosen up, but the team looked good. The team looked good at that nice facility out at Lakota Tech.
We were really pleased how the kids handled the trip. Albeit, you know, they travel once or twice a year out west, and you know, our kids do a super job doing that. They were focused and really happy with the execution during the football game. And you know, you have an opponent that's young and just starting the program, and so you take that in consideration. And you know, we talk to our kids about making it a practice and getting the reps and doing things correctly and using technique, and those things all came through for us. And we were quite pleased with our kicking game and the special teams as well, although we didn't have to punt. But, you know, coming in, Canton's a different beast. Canton, they're ranked number 1 for a reason, and Rich does a super job there. And what you're right. I mean, they when you mention Canton football and or wrestling, you know, you typically talk state title in that conversation. And so talk to our kids all week long. We've had a great week of practice. You know, they're a different animal for us. We're not built to take on they average 285 across their front line and have a heck of a running back who's signed with the Yotes, and I'm not sure what position he'll play with USD, but they feature him. You know, he's going to come downhill. Rich is a double tight, double wing guy. He'll go power I. He'll go straight wing I. You know, they are a run the ball first, beat you up off C gap in between the tackle and the tight end type of an offense. So, you know, when we're going to be the opposite, Michael. We're going to be the Houston Gunslingers, and we're going to try to protect as well as we can. And we feel our best advantage is the kids that we have in our skills, quarterbacks and receivers and running backs. And so we're going to throw the ball back out of the backfield, and we're going to spread them out. And, you know, you might see the Tanagers throw it 50 to 50 times tonight, being the old Houston Gunslingers of the old AFL.
Well, and that's exactly right. The Houston Gunslingers, they had that name for a reason, and that's for sure. You know, coming into this, when you're looking at that mindset, what is a game like last week against Lakota Tech where you were able to be very successful? How is that just for building the confidence in a quarterback who's kind of getting his feet underneath him, a line that's kind of learning, and your new skilled players, getting that kind of confidence and seeing that success and seeing how that offense can run? What does that do for the mindset of a young team like yours?
Well, it's you know, you use that as the best educational tool you have. You know, you're able to dissect what coverages are. You're able to differentiate between maybe a cover 2 zone where the corners both have flats and there's two high safeties that have deep halves to their side, or if it's going to be a cover 3 like we expect tonight with Rich, with a one free safety and the corners backing and having linebackers and strong safeties cover the flat. They're also a man team, so you use that to teach coverages, and you run route to coverages. You know, there are certain, we'll call a play, but that might not mean that the receiver is going to run the same route every time, depending on what the coverage will be. So, you know, we'll coverage read some routes tonight and have all the faith in the world in Hayden getting the ball out and accurate and on time, like always. You know, he's had a great week of practice, and he's getting better with reading defenses and because of where they line up, knowing where we think we have the best shot to take advantage of that. So, you know, you look for home runs and you look for seams, but more than anything, you want to move the chains, and you want to establish your own tempo at the line of scrimmage, and not be in too big of a hurry to get to the line of scrimmage, call plays, but to rest and think and survey the field and really take what they give you.
Well, and that is all you can do, and especially against a team like Canton. You know, it's a different beast, but back at home, it feels like this Tanger team could see some success. I think we're going to be seeing some fun stuff out there. You know, one thing I was going to mention is we hadn't touched on it, but last week at Lakota Tech, I've heard it from so many people, and I had noticed it myself, just the sportsmanship that those young men display. You know,
our kids are they come from great families, and they come from a great community that is very community minded and see the big picture. You know, every football team and every sports team wants to win each and every night, but in the end, it's a high school activity that is going to give you skills and tools to use the rest of your life working in society. So, you know, we're not going to our kids understand how it is to be grateful to have the ability to do things that they're doing, playing high school sports, and at the same time, you know, we're not a trash talking team, and we're not a team that's going to belittle people. And you know, you hand it to the Lakota Techs of the world who are just starting out, and at the very same time, very proud of what they have and what a beautiful place they have and a stadium they have constructed, and they're still putting some finishing touches on just an absolutely beautiful campus out there. So, you know, they have a lot to be thankful for, and then they were certainly gracious to us, and we will repay the favor when they come back in the fall and next year, and it's a you know, sportsmanship has a lot to do with it, and it's all too unfortunate, I think, that anytime our high school kids turn on a college game or a pro game, or, you know, it's sad, the mocking of players and the celebration, the look at me type things. You know, maybe I'm older than the dirt, but I still never will find a place in athletics to celebrate me when you're wearing the jersey or a sweater or whatever the sport might be of a team. And I think that people saw the game last week, saw both sides helping each other up and patting each other on the back and appreciating just the true sportsmanship of being able to participate.
Well, and that's exactly right, because, you know, in high school, there are times where you could see a lopsided game like that really start to see some, whether it's chippiness or vindictiveness or just kind of, I'm going to get my pound of flesh. We're not going to win, but and they didn't do that, and your team didn't do that. I thought it was just a great display of what high school athletics could be and should be.
Well, and since that football game, Coach Holman and I have conversed a couple of times, and I've spoken with their administration, and just what a natural fit it seemed like Vermillion and Lakota Tech to continue this series and maybe even play each other in some other things, because it really does open the eyes of our kids traveling that far and seeing the facility like that where every student there is bussed in, and then learning vocational skills, and you can leave that place with a CNA. You can be a welder, you can be a diesel mechanic, auto body worker. I mean, it's just what a smart setup for kids out there, and see that many number of buses running where they're taking kids from Rapid City, all the way there to Pine Ridge, and they're going down on the Nebraska border and picking kids up. So I was very pleased with, certainly with how we played first, but then again, the hospitality of such graceful hosts.
Yeah, nope, it was amazing. And Coach, I know you need to go, but I did not get a chance to talk to you. What did you think about our Yotes up at Camp Randall on Saturday? We absolutely took it. We did at times what we wanted to do, and I'm not too sure that you say that too many times when you're playing a Big Ten team. So, I think it bodes well. The confidence of the football kids that work in the lunchroom for me and work with our kids every day at lunch. I think, I look for us to go out and knock the socks off Portland State. I think that's going to be a blowout. You can just see the confidence building in this team in the Dome, and I think what a great season it's going to be. And I tell you what, I like us a lot. We were so much better against Wisconsin than we were the first week. So that's quite the feather in the cap. Yeah, it really is. Well, Coach, I know you're busy, but thank you for taking the time to talk with me today. Really appreciate it. Go Tanagers, go Yotes, go Padres, go Twins.
That's right. Roll Twins, Padres, Tanagers, and Yotes.
All right. Have a great one, Coach. That was Coach Tom O'Boyle here on our Coaches Conversation. We'll be back with more after this as we get ready to bring you Vermillion Tanagers and Canton Seahawks football from the Dome here on ESPN Radio, 101.5 FM, 1570 AM, KVTK, Vermillion, Yankton, and Vermillion streaming on YouTube.
Clay County Abstract and Title Company has a complex job that boils down to something very simple: helping you purchase your dream with confidence. When investing in a new home, a new site for your business, or piece of property, you want peace of mind that the property is truly yours. Clay County Abstract and Title Company has been doing just that since 1946. Clay County Abstract and Title Company, proud supporters of Vermillion activities and proud to be a part of your dreams come true.
Candice Couture is your complete women's lingerie shop. Bras, underwear, PJs, loungewear, swimwear, sports bras, activewear, and much, much more. Small to 3 extra large and over 200 different sizes of bras. AA to O cup bands 28 to 56 in store. Candice Couture, 17 West Main Street.
Slumberland Furniture in Yankton, the place to shop for your next new mattress. Find brands like Stearns & Foster, Nectar, and the hottest selling mattress, Purple, measured for your comfort and a dream-laden night's sleep. There's the new Adapt by Tempur-Pedic as well. Slumberland Furniture has Flex Steel furniture too, comfy and classy. That's Slumberland Furniture, 2401 Broadway, Yankton. Todd's Electric, your full-service electrical contracting company. Todd's Electric services residential, commercial, agricultural, and industrial customers. From the simplest service call to the most complex design build project, Todd's Electric has the expertise to do it right. Call Todd's Electric for all your electrical needs. Todd's Electric, helping you control all things electric. Except for lightning. Todd's Electric. Go Tanagers.
Wanting a specialist without leaving town? We've got you covered. Our clinic offers specialists for the health and wellness of your family. From pediatricians to OBGYNs, plus primary care. You can find it all at Vermillion Medical Clinic. So much care, so close to home.
If you're looking for the perfect fit, Vermillion Vision Care Associates fits like the right pair of glasses. Vision Care Associates has its roots in family eye care, and the doctors are well known for being primary eye care providers. With the ability to treat and diagnose a variety of settings, Vermillion Vision Care Associates is the right fit for you. Plus, they can fit you into a new pair of glasses, sunglasses, or contacts that feel just right. With continuing education, see the best doctors at Vermillion Vision Care Associates.
Welcome back to the Dakota Dome. This is Vermillion Tanager football, brought to you by First Dakota National Bank. For over 150 years, First Dakota has been serving the ag and commercial and personal lending needs of their customers. This is the Carlson's Body Shop pregame show. I'm Michael Schumacher, alongside Katie Crossway Lewedag. Katie Crossway Lewedag and her daughter Reagan on camera. So Katie Crossway is the Washington Warriors legend. And again, we are so happy to be bringing this to you as the Canton Seahawks tied for the top-ranked team in the state Class 11A versus the Vermillion Tanagers. Tanagers coming off that win against Lakota Tech. And so let's take a look at how these two teams got here. Obviously, not a long road. We're only 2 games in, but a road nonetheless. All right, Vermillion started off here at home with a loss to Lennox, 48-13. But that game, that score is not indicative of how close that game was. Vermillion played a really good game. A number of times they got within the red zone, just unable to get it across the goal line, literally. And a few big plays. Every time that they looked like they were getting back within 2 scores, all of a sudden Lennox was able to pop off a big play. Nothing bigger than at the end of the first half when Vermillion scored, and it looked like it was going to be 12-7. And then all of a sudden Lennox returns the kickoff with 11 seconds to go. Returns the kickoff all the way for a touchdown. Gets the 2-point conversion. All of a sudden it's 20-8 or 20-7 heading into the half. That's the kind of frustrating momentum shifts that Vermillion experienced that night. They then went out to Box Elder, made that 5.5-hour road trip. Katie and I made that trip as well. We had these cards that we asked each other questions. Not a great idea. So, no, it was pretty good. Other ones were like, "Hey, what are you talking about?" But it was a timekeeper. You know, it was a beautiful drive though, out there, and a great game. Vermillion came out on top, 55-0. I want to say this about Lakota Tech. It's a beautiful campus, beautiful facilities, and from every person, from the principal to the AD to the coach to Tristan, who was just there, who was on the air. If you want to go back and listen to the pregame show, Tristan joined us on air. He'd been on Keeley Radio. Everyone was so nice, and you could see it on the field as well. Lakota Tech players helping up Tanager players, Tanagers helping up Lakota Tech players. The Tanagers in Tatanka really showed what high school football is supposed to be about, what sportsmanship is supposed to be about. Now, Lakota Tech is an interesting concept. It really is this campus, and you'd say kind of in the middle of nowhere, not really in a community. And there are students bussed in from Rapid City, from Pine Ridge, from all of the area, from the Nebraska border, to learn skills and learn trades. You can graduate high school with a CNA. You can graduate with a welding certificate, so you can enter the job force right away, creating really nice job opportunities. So Lakota Tech is a great idea. Hopefully that is able to get a foundation and can really help not only the youth, but hopefully the reservation as a whole, the area around there. So I just wanted to say that. That brings Vermillion to tonight with Canton. Next week they will be in Madison. We'll be up there for that. Then Millbank, Sioux Falls Christian, Tri-Valley, Dakota Valley, and West Central. For Canton, they started off their season with Rapid City Christian, a close one in Canton, 20-16, but they did win. They then defeated Dakota Valley 20-13. Again, another close one. That was at Copland Field for Dakota Valley. So Canton is 2-0, but against 2 really good opponents. That brings them to Vermillion tonight. A big one against Sioux Falls Christian, who is currently tied for first. So these two teams, depending on what happens tonight, obviously, you could be seeing a battle of 1 versus 2, 1 versus 1, or who knows. If either one of them loses, it's a different kind of matchup. But it's going to be great nonetheless. And then West Central, Lenox, Del Rapids, Madison, and Tri-Valley. So we're in for a great matchup tonight. Last year was a pretty good matchup as well. Canton got out to a 12-0 lead, ended up winning 42-13. Kane Wallner, as we mentioned, a USD football commit, ran a 52-yard run and a 2-yard run. Zone Robinson received a 26-yard pass from Nolan Nygren last year. T. Granum, another great runner for this Canton team. Kanan McCracken, and then Dallas King and Kane Wallner, and Ryan Chapman with a 34-yard run to cap off the scoring. So I tell you what, we're going to take a quick timeout, or at least we are waiting for the national anthem, so we will pause and be here for the national anthem, then take a quick timeout while they introduce starting lineups, and then we'll be back for the kickoff. So we'll be here for the national anthem. Our national anthem is not sponsored, but we, unlike some places, we like to be here for the national anthem. The Vermillion Marching Band will be performing that. And so they are introducing the starting lineups. Actually, right now, it might be the cheerleaders. But they are the starting lineup of cheerleaders. So I wasn't wrong. Introducing the cheerleaders for the Vermillion Tanagers. Again, we are covering a wide variety of games tonight. Zach is out in Box Elder as the Yankton Bucks are taking on Douglas. Rich Wright is in Alcester Hudson, or Alcester, as Alcester Hudson hosts the Viborg Hurley. And Jacob Logue is in Marion, as the Freeman Academy is hosting Gayville Vollen. And here is the national anthem. As always, a beautiful job by the Vermillion Marching Band. I am not sure if you guys are able to hear it. A lot of it gets lost in the dome sometimes. I apologize. But I always want to be here for the national anthem. I want to shout out my favorite veterans and current active military. My daughter, Leila Schumacher, who just reclassed as a mechanic in the South Dakota National Guard earlier this year. And then my dad, Gary Schumacher, my uncle Leroy Schumacher, my uncle George Dyson, the late George Dyson, who passed away in 1983. The late Richard Harvey, Uncle Dick, who passed away in 1985. The late Chris Keeler, who graduated with me in 1993, who was one of the groomsmen in my wedding, passed away a few years ago with a young son. And so I want to always remember Chris Keeler as well, pride of Crofton, Nebraska. So we are getting ready for Canton versus Vermillion. This matchup is going to be a good one, and we'll just keep it right here as they are doing the coin toss right now. I wish they'd announce who the National Guards person is out there. It might be somebody Leland knows, probably a name I've heard. It's a young lady out there. So it does look like Vermillion won the toss. Looks like Canton will receive. Vermillion will be moving left to right. Canton will be moving right to left. If you're looking at the colors, if you're looking at the stream, you can see the uniforms. But if you're listening on ESPN Radio, Vermillion is in their red jerseys with white pants, white letters and numbers, and white helmet. Canton with a black, I can't tell if they're black pants or dark navy blue pants, white jerseys with that Canton blue and their blue helmets. So Canton will receive, and that will mean Vermillion will kick off, and Vermillion will receive the second half kickoff. So again, some of the players to watch for Canton include Teague Granum, number 10, and number 11, Kane Wallner. Kicking off for Vermillion will be Raleigh French. And guess who's back deep for the Canton Seahawks? Number 10, Teague Granum, and number 11, Kane Wallner. So Canton will receive first. Raleigh French sets the ball on the 40-yard line. Again, Vermillion moving left to right. Here's the kick. And that's a squibber into the 35. Fielded at the 30. Taken to the 35. And that's where they are tackled by number 65, Cameron Bottleson. So that's where Canton will take over at their own 35-yard line. Cameron Bottleson, that's a name you're going to start hearing a little bit more. He's a sophomore for this Tanager team, but he has been making his presence felt in just about every game, we've called. Raleigh French is another one. Corbin Heckens is another name that you're going to start hearing a little bit more, especially on this defensive side. As an offensive lineman, you don't want to hear your name called too often. So number 15, Alex Reed, pitches it to the man in motion, and that was Kane Wallner for a gain of 5 for Wallner. Again, Wallner, a USD football commit. Not sure what position he'll play. I have a feeling it's going to be linebacker, maybe strong safety. That's kind of what he indicated he thought it would be during that interview. That seems garbled. I'm not sure what happened. But that will be available on 5-star streaming on YouTube. All right, Alex Reed under center. 2 receivers wide right in the I formation. Here's the handoff straight ahead to Teague Granum. Spin move, able to get 2, maybe 3 yards for Granum. That's going to make it 3rd and 2. And these are the big downs for this Tanager team. If they could get a 3 and out here to start, that would be huge because, I mean, maybe Canton goes for it. Maybe they think they have 4-down territory. When you have a runner like Kane Wallner, maybe you do think you have that luxury. But that would be some great field position if you gave it to the Tanagers. So Alex Reed, the 6'2", 180-pound junior, is under center. Here's a pitch to Granum, and he is able to take a block around the corner. He's at the 50, 45, down to the 42-yard line of Vermillion. That's a 15-yard gain for Granum. Gives him 2 carries for 18 yards. Ryan Chapman on the stop for the Tanagers. Good to see Ryan Chapman back in the fold. He had a leg injury, like a thigh bruise that kept him out last week. But he is an important part of this Tanager team. And Katie agrees. So does Reagan. Alex Reed under center. Goes back. Here's going to be the first pass. Looks to his right. And he's just going to throw that out of bounds. That will be incomplete. So Alex Reed, 0 for 1. They said intended for Wallner. I'm not sure. I did not see Wallner in the area. It looked like it was more just a throwaway. Everyone was covered. Great pass defense by that Tanager team. Alex Reed back leading that huddle for the Canton Seahawks. They break that huddle, come to the line. And Reed under center, not in the shotgun, kind of a side wishbone. And they fake the handoff, and there's the throw. And that is to number 42, Tyler Rosaboom, but a gain of 2. Gain of about 2 yards. Makes it 3rd and 8 for the Canton Seahawks at the Vermillion 41. So not sure if this is 4-down territory or not. Again, Reed under center. Wallner in the backfield. Here's the pitch. Read well by Vermillion, and that is a loss. That is a loss of 1 for Wallner. Well read by the Tanagers. In there on the tackle, looked like Raleigh French leading the way, but it was really just a lot of great tackling. And number 79, Dane Richardson, the 6'3", 220-pound junior. That makes it 4th and 9. Do you go for it here if you're the Seahawks? It's still really good field position if you're giving it to the Tanagers, but it looks like they're going to go for it. Reed brings him to the line. Rosaboom, the only player in the backfield. Otherwise, a heavy line. Now in motion, Grantham. Fake. Reed looks over the middle. And wide open is Rosaboom at the 20. He's at the 15, down to the 12-yard line. And that is a 30-yard gain on the pass to Rosaboom. Rosaboom snuck his way out of the backfield, and nobody for the Tanagers were able to see it. So Ryland Larson comes off for the Seahawks. Now you have 2 receivers split right, 1 split left in the form of Alex Reed. Is that Reed split left? I think it is. Here's the handoff straight ahead to Grantham. That was Wallner back in the shotgun formation. Handing off to Grantham. That is a gain of about 4. So it's going to be 2nd and about 6 yards to go. With 8 minutes, 30 seconds to go here in the first quarter. Vermillion's defense not giving up a ton, but Canton is moving the ball steadily. Kane Wallner kind of moving all around, but being used more as a decoy. Just those 2 rushes tonight for 4 yards. 3 receivers split left. One of those is Kane Wallner. Alex Reed, and there's going to be a timeout taken by Rich Lundstrom and the Canton Seahawks. So this timeout brought to you by Murph's Appliance on Main Street in Vermillion. We'll be back with more Tanager football brought to you by First Dakota National Bank. On the Masaba scoreboard, Vermillion and Canton tied at 0.
Whether you're in the market to purchase a new home for your family, you want to sell your existing home, or you're a student looking to rent an apartment, Dakota Realty and Property Management can fit your needs. Being locally owned and with over 150 years of combined experience, they are the experts at helping you find your new home. Go to Dakota Realty and Property Management because they like what they do. Dakota Realty is a proud supporter of Vermillion Athletics. Dakota Realty and Property Management, located at 125 East Cherry Street, Vermillion.
Remember the Perks card from Pump and Pack? Well, guess what? There's an addition, not just a card, with the Perks card from Pump and Pack Vermillion.
Welcome back to Tanager football, brought to you by First Dakota National Bank. That Murph's timeout, brought to you by Murph's Appliance. All right, Reed under center. Single back in the backfield. Here's the handoff. And Wallner again tackled for 1 yard gain. 1 yard gain. That's going to make it 3rd and about 5. Third and about 5 for this Canton Seahawks team. Probably 4-down territory. Again, number 15, Alex Reed. Primary quarterback. He hasn't always been under center. He has split out. Back in the backfield is Grantham. And here's the pitch to Grantham. He's wrapped up, and that is going to be no gain. That is Dane Richardson. Connor Peterson. Nice job out there by the Tanagers. That makes it 4th and 5. Maybe a long 5, short 4. Will they kick the field goal? They brought out 4 players. Grantham is leaving the field. So Wallner is the holder. Looks like the kicker is Salvador Lopez, a 5'7", 130-pound freshman. So this will be a 25-yard field goal, just short of 25. Wallner calls for the snap. Here's the snap, the hold. And that kick is up, and that is good. So a 25 25-yard field goal for Salvador Lopez gets the scoring off, but Vermillion has to be happy with that. So on the Masaba scoreboard, Vermillion trails Canton by a score of 3-0. We'll be back after these messages on Vermillion streaming on YouTube and ESPN Radio, 101.5 FM, 1570 AM KVTK.
Remember the Perks card from Pump and Pack? Well, guess what? There's an addition, not just a card, it's an app. The Pump and Perks app and the Pump and Perks card from Pump and Pack, Vermillion. Just go to their Facebook page, Pump and Pack, and scan the QR code and you're in. Or go to the store, Pump and Pack, and get the card. Then download the app. Each one does the same thing. Like give you 5 cents off per gallon every day, except for Sunday, it's doubled with the Perks card from Pump and Pack, Vermillion.
All right, welcome back to the Dakota Dome in Vermillion, South Dakota, where with 6:44 to go in the first quarter, Canton leads Vermillion 3-0. I think that's one of those drives where both teams can come away happy. Canton drove the ball, got points, but Vermillion bent but did not break and had some big stops in there. Wallner was not a factor. Grantham was not a factor. So back deep for Vermillion, it's Ryan Chapman and Connor Peterson. Kicking off for Canton will be number 17, Salvador Lopez. Here's the kick. That'll come down, over the head. And Chapman retrieves that at about the 8. He's to the 15, to the 20, to the 25, 30, to the 35-yard line. Great return by Ryan Chapman. Great moves by the junior running back, the 5'10", 100. It says 150, but I think he's actually a little bit higher than that now. So out of the 35-yard line after a 28-yard return, puts the Tanagers in really good field position. Again, Hayden Christofferson starting off at quarterback tonight for the Tanagers. Empty backfield, 3 receivers right, 1 left. Here's the snap. And Christofferson's going to tuck and run, and he will maybe get a yard. He'll get about a yard for Christofferson. That hole closed up in a hurry. So that will make it 2nd and 9 for the Tanagers from the 36-yard line. And as Coach O'Boyle did say, that they're planning on really huddling up and making sure that they take their time. They understand how explosive this Canton Seahawk offense can be. They want to make sure that they're getting their plays right, that they're being efficient and effective. So again, 1 receiver left. I believe that's Ryan Chapman. 3 receivers right in Sean Doan, Connor Peterson, and Landon Surdy. That throw caught by Connor Peterson at the 40-yard line. That is a 24-yard gain. 24-yard gain for Connor Peterson. Beautiful catch by Peterson. Had the chance to interview him over the summer during baseball season. If you're interested in that interview, it is at Vermillion Streaming on YouTube. Still called it a Tanager Talk, even though it was post-1 baseball. And love to bring that to you, brought to you by Dakota Realty. So first down, Tanagers at the Canton 40-yard line. 5:27 to go. Hayden Christofferson in the shotgun. 3 receivers right, 1 left. Here's the snap. Christofferson looks to his right. Here's a quick pass to Peterson, and that is inbounds. That is another 12-yard gain for Peterson and Christofferson. So quickly, 36 yards in offense for the Tanagers. So now it's 1st and 10 again, now from the Canton 28-yard line. Nolan Nygren comes off. Coming in with the play is number 15, Hayden Christofferson. Again, Coach O'Boyle did say that they would use pretty much every second of that play clock. Christofferson breaks the huddle, comes to the line. Coming from the left to the right now is Traquan Thomas. 3 receivers right, 1 left in the form of, here's Connor Peterson moving right to left. Ryan Chapman over there as well. Christofferson looks to his left, and he's going to tuck it and run, and that will be a gain of about 2 for Christofferson. He is making them stay honest, though. They cannot ignore his running ability, so that should open up some passing lanes. So that will make it 2nd and 8 for the Tanagers from the 26-yard line. Long 8, short 9, however they want to say it. Long 8, short 9. Now, first time with the back in the backfield. 3 receivers split left. Ryan Chapman directly in the eye behind Hayden Christopherson. Coach O'Boyle directing traffic out there. Christopherson calls for the snap. Not a run. Looks to his left. Here's a throw, and Traquan Thomas. Traquan was getting held up. Traquan Thomas was getting held up. No flag on the field, but Coach O'Boyle is a little heated because as we saw it, as that pass was being thrown, Christopherson was expecting him to be further down, but he was getting held up. Now, I understand. This is not me criticizing the refs. I've had people say don't criticize them, but at least that's what I saw. Traquan, I believe it wasn't necessarily miscommunication, whether it might have been tangled up, but that is what caused that incompletion. So Christopherson now in the backfield. Again, Chapman back there with him. 3 receivers split left. 3rd and 8 for the Tanagers from the 26-yard line. Christopherson heaves one down, and that is into the end zone to Peterson. And still no flag. Connor Peterson felt there should have been one. So a good drive ends up at the 26-yard line, but it looks like the Tanagers will go for it because I'm not sure of Raleigh French's leg, and I also think that the Tanagers feel like they need to score as many points as possible. This Canton Seahawks team can be dangerous. So with 4:20 to go, first big play of the game as the Tanagers will go for it on 4th and 8. Christopherson in the shotgun with Chapman behind him, and that is going to be offsides, or is that going to be, yes, it's going to be offsides. It's going to make it 4th and 4. Yes, that is a 5-yard penalty against Canton. Now, does that change the thought process on the field goal? Because now it's a 38-yard field goal. Doesn't look like it, though. Christopherson at the sideline getting the play. So, again, now it's 4th and 4 for the Tanagers. And there's going to be a timeout taken by Vermillion. So we'll take a quick timeout as well. This timeout brought to you by Murph's Appliance on Main Street in Vermillion. This is Tanager Football brought to you by First Dakota National Bank. On the Masaba scoreboard, Vermillion trails 3-0, but they are driving. We'll be right back.
At Knutson Family Dentistry in Vermillion, they strive to provide the highest quality patient-centered dental care in a friendly, relaxing atmosphere. Knutson Family Dentistry works hard to provide the best cosmetic, general, and emergency dental treatment in the area. With over 50 years of combined dental experience, the latest dental technology, and a professional and compassionate staff, they're your top choice for dental care. Call for an appointment at 605-857-8008. Knutson Family Dentistry of Vermillion.
Welcome back to the Dakota Dome in Vermillion, South Dakota. I'm Michael Schumacher, alongside Katie Crossway Lewedag and her daughter Reagan. Katie, as everyone knows, the Sioux Falls, Washington Warriors legend. We are here as the Tanagers are getting ready to go for it now on 4th and 4. This is a big moment in this game. Canton leads 3-0, 4:20 to go here in the first quarter. Now Hayden Christopherson is alone in the backfield. 3 receivers left, 1 receiver right. That's Ryan Chapman. Now coming left to right is Connor Peterson. Here's the snap. Here's the throw. Chapman, is unable to make the connection, and that ball will get turned over on downs to Canton. But Vermillion knows they can move the ball now. They can feel comfortable. So what they need here, obviously, this is me being a dunce, is they need a stop. They need to get that stop there, and they showed they could, holding Canton to a field goal. Now, this is about 7 yards behind where about 13 yards behind where Canton started last time. So making them drive more of the field. And Canton also is a team that huddles. They're not really a fast-paced offense like that. So Alex Reed brings them to the line. Really, no split outs. One back in the backfield. Teague Grantham will take the pitch, and he'll get around the corner just a little bit, and he'll run for he pushed the pile there. That's going to be a gain of about 7 for Grantham. That'll make it 2nd and 3 for the Seahawks. Raleigh French with the tackle. Raleigh, one of the Vermillion homecoming candidates. So congratulations to Raleigh. I think Connor Peterson is also a homecoming candidate. So Reed under center. Here's a handoff to Grantham over the right-hand side. He breaks one tackle, kicks over another, and that will get him down to the 40-yard line. So that's a gain of about 11 for Canton. And if you heard the interview with Coach Rich Lundstrom, he said Grantham would be Granham would be the lead back for many, if not every team in South Dakota, except for Kane Wallner. So that's a tough road to hoe. So they are giving him plenty of carries. That's his 5th carry tonight for 40 yards. There's the handoff. Ooh, a little misdirection, but Wallner gets around the corner to the 45, 50, 45, 40, and he is down to the 35-yard line. And that is a gain of 25 yards for Kane Wallner. Once he got around at Kane Wallner, he's 6'4", 220 pounds. That's why I think he'll be more of a linebacker, maybe a safety. USD might think they could put some weight on him. If they can put another 10 pounds, 10 to 15 pounds, maybe 20, he is ideal linebacker size at the FCS level. Speaking of FCS football, tomorrow, following Breakfast with the Coaches, FCS Nation Radio will be on ESPN Radio, 101.5 FM, 1570 AM. Kevin Marshall was on my show earlier this week. Katie thought he was a hoot. Here's Alex Reed under center. Kane Wallner with the reverse. Granham, and Vermillion read it so well. That is a loss of 2. A loss of 2 for Granham. Well sniffed out by this Tanager team. Again, Raleigh French leading the defense on that. He's just having a great game already here with 2 minutes to go in the first quarter. Also tomorrow, USD football will be on Classic Hits 1063. They are out west against Portland State. Don't know if you've had a chance to see the new these special uniforms. Black helmet with a red, the alternative coyote. Beautiful looking pieces of hardware. Here's Alex Reed under center with kind of a wishbone. 3 backs in the backfield, but they're not going to run. Oh, and yes, they are going to get a flag. They are getting Canton for a holding. I'm not even calling the rest of it. That is a hold on Canton. Minute 38 to go. That is going to be a 10-yard penalty. And if that's from the spot of the foul, that's going to make it 2nd and 22, 2nd and 23. You could see the hold. That was really going to give Reed some problems, and the O-lineman knew it. And he had nothing left to do but hope the ref was blind, and he was not. So, holding on Canton. And if they do it from the spot of the foul, nope, they're going to do it from the original line of scrimmage. So that will put it 10 yards back. So that will take it back to the 48-yard line. So that's going to make it, 2nd and 23, 2nd and 24. So long road to hoe here for the Seahawks. Reed under center in the eye. Goes back to pass. Throws over to the right-hand side. Nolan Nygren gets turned around, and Teague Granham is not able to track that down. So now it's going to be 3rd and 24 or 23. And while this Canton offense has big play ability, it's not usually a designed big play. It's a running play that tends to become a big play. So we'll see what they draw up here. Rich Lundstrom, if you heard the interview with him, a Seahawk alum, and he said this has been his dream when he went to coaching classes in college at USD. He always imagined being the Canton Seahawks head coach, and the dream has come true. So we'll see what Coach Lundstrom has designed right now. Everyone has a 4th and 23 or 24 play in their drawing book. We'll just see if they can implement it. Reed in the shotgun, over the left, Teague Granham, and that is complete at the 10-5 touchdown. That is a 48-yard touchdown pass from Alex Reed to Teague Granham. So that is the first touchdown of the game here with a minute 15 to go in the first quarter. Puts Canton up 9-0. So Salvador. And that replay brought to you by Pied Piper in Vermillion. So Salvador Lopez up with the kick. That will make it. No, that is no good. So that keeps the score at 9-0. We'll be back after that. This is Tanager Football, brought to you by First Dakota National Bank. I'm Michael Schumacher on the Masaba scoreboard. Vermillion trails 9-0. They will be receiving the ball when we come back on ESPN Radio and Vermillion streaming on YouTube.
Nice.
Maytag appreciates a compliment, but this Maytag washer isn't just eye candy.
Wow.
Inside, it's got the capacity and power to handle even the mightiest loads.
I love this.
Yeah, she's a beaut.
It's a he.
How do you know?
Don't worry about it.
Find Maytag products and the industry's best appliances at your local dealer. Murph's Appliance, downtown Vermillion.
Nice.
Appliance, downtown Vermillion.
Welcome back to Vermillion Tanager Football, brought to you by First Dakota National Bank. We are in the friendly confines of the Dakota Dome. I'm Michael Schumacher alongside Katie and Reagan as the Canton Seahawks just completed a 48-yard touchdown pass on 3rd and 24 for a touchdown to give them a 9-0 lead. Salvador Perez unable to hit the extra point, but he will try to get this kickoff as deep as possible. He hit it a little deeper than Vermillion was expecting last time. This one will come up just a little short. Peterson will take it at the 17, 20, 25, 30, and he will be taken down at about the 32-yard line. So a 15-yard return for Connor Peterson. So Vermillion with 1:10 here to go in the first quarter, looking to get something going. Actually, not really get something going. The offense looked good. They just stalled down here on about the 22. There were a couple of plays that, if you're a Tanager homer, and I will admit I am, thought maybe should have been a penalty or two, but I'm sure Canton Seahawk fans think differently, and that is fine. So they Canton playing well. That 48-yard pass from Reed to Granum. Granum really making a statement today, and he's a senior running back. I haven't heard if he is committed anywhere, but if there aren't schools looking at him, they should be now. Here's the shotgun snap to Christopherson. Looking at Peterson. Peterson over the middle to the 45, down to the 41-yard line. That is a 27-yard gain to Connor Peterson. And you can see that replay if you're watching Vermillion streaming, brought to you by Pied Piper Flower Shop in Vermillion. Want to thank all of our sponsors. If you get the chance to use them for your business, if you need to do business with them, please do, or at least give them the chance to compete. That's all we ask. Let them know you support their support of Tanager Athletics. All right, Vermillion moving the ball again at the 41-yard line. Christopherson back deep. Ryan Chapman in the backfield. 3 receivers. Split left. Christopherson calls for the pass, the snap, and that's going to be a false start. False start on the Tanagers, unfortunately. That'll move them back 5. So again, a false start against the Tanagers makes it 1st and 15 from the 46-yard line of Canton. 18 seconds to go. This will be the last play of the first quarter. Again, Tanager Football brought to you by First Dakota National Bank. On the Masaba scoreboard, Vermillion trails 9-0 with 4 seconds to go in the first quarter. And there will not be a final play of the first quarter. So, at the end of 1, it's Vermillion 0, Canton 9. We'll be back for the second quarter after this. Tanager Football brought to you by First Dakota National Bank on ESPN Radio, 101.5 FM, 1570 AM, and Vermillion streaming on YouTube. We'll be right back.
In a situation like this, the first thing you do, of course, is make sure everybody's okay. And then you're thinking, you better call your insurance person. No, just call Justin. At Vermillion Auto Works, you see Justin handles all the insurance claims and gives free quotes. Not everybody does the free quote thing anymore, you know. So call Justin at Vermillion Auto Works. He'll take care of the situation. Carrying WeatherTech, Rough Country, and Tuxedo. Vermillion Auto Works.
Being safe means you're sort of protecting yourself. My mom and dad told me how to be safe. It's like super duper important. Hold a grown-up's hands. Put a helmet on because you might hurt your head super duper bad.
Protect their future by protecting yours with your local State Farm agent, Dick Sunday.
Welcome back to Tanager Football, brought to you by First Dakota National Bank. 1st and 15 for the Tanagers from the Canton 46-yard line as we start the second quarter. Christopherson over the left-hand side to Connor Peterson down to the 28-yard line. Another great play by Peterson and Christopherson. That is an 18-yard gain, and that is a first down. That is Connor Peterson's 4th catch. 81 yards, 4 catches for 81 yards. Nice night for Connor Peterson already. 1st and 10 for the Tanagers from the 28-yard line. Christopherson brings him to the line. Empty backfield, 2 receivers left in Peterson. And Cerny, 2 receivers right in Chapman and Nygren. Christopherson, to Cerny, and that was in and out of his hands. Probably a little stronger throw than he needed to make. I understand what he was trying to do, though. So, unfortunately, an incomplete pass will make it 2nd and 10. Cerny's going to tell himself that he should have had that. Christopherson's probably going to say I should have taken a little bit off it. Both guys can be right. Both guys can be wrong. Either way, it's an incomplete pass. So, 2nd and 10. With 11:26 to go here in the second quarter, Christopherson brings the play in from the sidelines, trailing 9-0 on the Mesaba scoreboard. Christopherson again, empty backfield. Again, Cerny and Peterson left. Nygren and Chapman right. Here's the snap. Christopherson looks right. And he's going to go for Nygren, and that is complete. That is a complete pass down to the 4-yard. Oh, no. That is intercepted. Wow. I thought Chapman had that. An interception by Canton down at the 4-yard line. I totally missed that. You can catch the replay, the Pied Piper replay on Vermillion streaming on YouTube. I am not quite sure what happened there. It looked like Chapman had it. The crowd thought Chapman had it. So at least I don't feel like too big of an idiot. But, wow, I thought he had that. But it's Vermillion's defense's chance to shine. Canton down at the 4-yard line with 11:20 to go here in the second quarter. Alex Reed brings him in. Reed hands it off. And Kane Wallner, boy, gains nothing. Gains nothing. 2nd and 10. Kane Wallner just, other than that one big run, he's been held in check by this Tanager defense. So 2nd and 10 for the Seahawks with 11 minutes to go in the second quarter. So Canton Seahawks huddling up. So Reed in under center, two backs in the backfield. Here's the handoff straight ahead. And that is that Granum? The numbers are a little hard to read, but yes, that was Granum. Again, maybe a gain of a yard. So that'll be 3rd and 10. Yeah, no gain at all. So 3rd and 10 for the Seahawks from the 4-yard line. Again, this is a great matchup between these two teams, and someone's going to lose tonight. But man, these two teams are showing themselves to be very well matched. Appreciate everybody watching on the stream. And here's Reed. Oh, a misdirection play to Kane Wallner. Wow, really sniffed out by that Tanager defense. If you're Coach O'Boyle, you have to be happy with Sean Doan and Ryan Chapman sniffing that out. That's going to make it 4th and 10. Wow, the Vermillion defense stepped up. I know they're in the shadow of their own end zone, But, boy, Canton threw a few different wrinkles at him, and this Vermillion defense stepped up. And when you can step up against a powerful offense like this, you have to be proud. So Connor Peterson back on about the 40, 41-yard line. Back to kick is Canton. Oh, and that does get through. Wow. And Peterson will stop on it just at the 40-yard line of Canton. So that is a great play by Connor Peterson. That was just rolling, and that would have kept on going. So Peterson keeps it from becoming more than a 36-yard kick. But, man, from this angle, it looked like that thing got blocked. That somehow snuck through everybody there. So Hayden Christopherson brings his team out on offense on the Canton side of the field. So, again, good field position. Yeah, you know they're hoping to be able to get something going here. And so Christopherson brings them to the line. 2 receivers left. Again, Cerny and Peterson. 2 receivers right in Nygren and Chapman. Christopherson catches Cerny across the middle, and he is unable to come up with it, unfortunately. And so that will make it 2nd and 10. Maybe a little bit behind Cerny, but again, Landon's going to tell you he should have had that. I wouldn't have had it. I'm saying Landon would tell you he should have had it. Landon's a very confident young man, and he's very talented. I am not talented, and so no. Nobody's going to throw me the ball and expect it to get caught. But Landon's 9 times out of 10 is going to have that. So Hayden Christopherson back in the shotgun, empty backfield. 2 receivers left. Again, Peterson and Cerny. 2 receivers right. Again, Chapman and Nygren. Here's the throw by Christopherson. Looking at Nygren over the right-hand side and just got turned around, and that's going to make it 3rd and 10. So right now, Christopherson is 4 of 11 on passing for 81 yards. A few that probably could have been caught, just plays here and there. A couple, one that maybe you might be able to say pass interference, but it was a lot of hand fighting. So you can also say no call was a good call. And if somebody's out there saying, you're just kind of straddling the fence, I am. I'm trying to be better. I've been a homer for a while, and I'm trying to be better and being a better broadcaster. So if I waffle, I apologize. I'm just trying to broadcast to everybody. So thank you for putting up with me. So 3 receivers left. Ryan Chapman in the backfield. Christopherson in the shotgun. Looks to his left, and he's going to run. Tucks it. And makes 1 man miss, makes 2, and he will get down to the 32-yard line, 33-yard line. So that's a gain of 7. Makes it 4th and 3. If you're Coach O'Boyle, you go for it here, I think. This is a great chance for the Tanagers. They have shown they've been able to move the ball. Christopherson has been able to show that he can tuck it and run if needed. 3 runs for 10 yards, 3.3 yards. He gets one of those average runs. He gets a first down. So again, 8:22 to go here in the second quarter on the Masaba scoreboard. Vermillion trails Canton by a score of 9-0. Very competitive game. It's been a great one to watch. It's been a great one to call. And we're looking forward to a second half as we get going here. Vermillion coming out of the huddle. Ryan Chapman splits out kind of wide right. 3 receivers split left in Nygren, Chapman, and Cerny. Christopherson. Now Peterson comes across. Snaps a little high. Christopherson corrals it, and he is going to be sacked. That delay just cost him the ability to react, unfortunately. And so a little bit high snap, and so that will be a loss of about 5. So that means they will take over at the 38-yard line. Canton will take over at their own 38-yard line, 1st and 10, with 7:27 to go in. I guess I always thought on a turnover on downs, I thought the clock stopped, but the clock is still running, and it does stop. The official finally waved his hand, so the clock is stopped at 7:17. Not sure where it should be, but it ran for a while. So Reed is in the shotgun, 2 receivers left, 2 right, Wallner or Granum in the backfield, and here's a pass over the middle, and Chapman breaks it up, incomplete. That'll be 2nd and 10. So nice play by Ryan Chapman to break that pass up. And again, feel free on the chat, on the YouTube channel, on the stream, feel free to nominate your player of the game. What I will do then is I will try to interview them for next week's game. So please toss in your nominations for player of the game. All right, so Canton comes to the line. One receiver split left, two receivers split right. Granum and Wallner in the backfield with Reed. Reed keeps it. No, that's Wallner that keeps it out of the shotgun. And he'll gain about 9, maybe 10. So gain of 9. Gain of 9 on that one will make it 3rd and about half a yard. A long 0, short 1. As the officials come together to discuss, they are going to bring the chains on for a measurement. So the chain gang will come in, or a timeout of some sort. So we'll take a quick timeout as well. 6:59 to go on the Mesaba scoreboard. Vermillion trails 9-0. We'll be right back after this on Vermillion streaming on YouTube and ESPN Radio.
Hey kids, it's never too early to start planning for your future. Did you know Mesaba provides scholarships and tuition assistance? They are committed to your success, offering engineering, drafting, and welding opportunities, plus scholarships, job shadowing, and mentorship programs. Learn more at MesabaInc.com/career. When I grow up, I want to work at Mesaba.
Mesaba Manufacturing, unlock your future and rock with us.
Welcome back to Tanager Football, brought to you by First Dakota National Bank, and that was a first down after the measurement. So, 1st and 10 for Canton from their own 48-yard line. 6:43 to go here in the second quarter. There's the snap to Kane Wallner. He'll go off the right side. He's to the 45, to the 40, down to the 39, but there is a penalty flag. I'm not sure if it's going to be on the tackle or on the block. We'll see, but Raleigh French thinks it's on Canton. But the flag is down at the 40-yard line. So the penalty is against the Seahawks. I did not see the signal. I was looking at the official that threw the flag, and the umpire is the one who signaled. So not at the 40-yard line. They will move them back to the 49. So that will make it 1st and 9. So that will essentially be a 1-yard run by Kane Wallner. So 1st and 9 for these Canton Seahawks with 6:25 to go now and counting here in the second quarter. This is Tanager Football, brought to you by First Dakota National Bank. And that timeout for the measurement was brought to you by Murph's Appliance on Main Street in Vermillion. Here's the snap to Wallner. Wallner back there full time now. And back to, not able to make the interception, but pass defense by Traquan Thomas creates 2nd and 9. Great defense there by Traquan Thomas. Nice job out there. So again, if you have a player of the game, would love to have you nominate him on the stream. So that brings Canton to the line, 2nd and 9 from their own 49. Again, a nice run by Kane Wallner, called back by a holding penalty. Here's the handoff straight ahead to T. Granum, and he breaks through to the 30, to the 20, to the 10. That is a touchdown, a 51-yard touchdown run for Teague Granum. And you'll be able to see that Pied Piper replay on the Vermillion stream, on Vermillion streaming on YouTube. A 51-yard touchdown run by Teague Granum. And it's really been just the big play that's hurt Vermillion so far tonight. Play to play, Vermillion's been holding in there and holding Canton in check. It's the periodic big play. It's the 25-yard run by Kane Wallner, the 51-yard run by Teague Granum, and the 48-yard pass. The 48-yard pass to Teague Granum as well. So the score is 15-10 on the Mesaba scoreboard. They will go for 2 here to try to make it 17-10. Reed rolls to his left. He'll throw a pass across the middle, and that will be short. And that will remain 15-10. So with 5:58 to go here in the second quarter, Vermillion trails still within 2 scores, 15-10 to Canton on the Mesaba scoreboard. This is Tanager football brought to you by First Dakota National Bank. We'll be back after this 30-second timeout on Vermillion streaming on YouTube and ESPN Radio.
A game without a crowd is just a scrimmage. A performance without an audience is just a rehearsal. Without your presence, high school sports and the performing arts aren't possible. Ensure that these essential extracurricular activities continue to enrich the lives of students in South Dakota. Purchase a ticket to your local high school's game or performance.
This message presented by the SDHSAA.
Welcome back to Tanager Football 5, brought to you by First Dakota National Bank. I'm Michael Schumacher, alongside Katie Crossway Lewedag, who says she's not a Washington Warrior legend. I disagree. And her daughter Regan, as they are helping me out today. Jen Ashley, we hope you get well soon. And so Canton Seahawks will kick off. It's Salvador Lopez. And so back deep for Vermillion, Connor Peterson and Ryan Chapman. Vermillion trails 15-0 on the Mesaba scoreboard, 5:58 to go. They've been able to move the ball a little bit. And, boy, you'd love to go into the half, maybe having scored a touchdown with a nice, long, sustained drive. We'll see what the Tanagers can do here on this new turf at the University of South Dakota Dakota Dome. There's Ryan Chapman at the 12, to the 20, to the 25, and he will get back to about the 27, 28-yard line. So that is where Vermillion will take over. So officials timeout for an injury. This timeout brought to you by Murph's Appliance on Main Street in Vermillion. We'll take a quick timeout as well, as they tend to. It does look like Ryan Chapman. So we will be back shortly on ESPN Radio 101.5 FM, 1570 AM, and Vermillion streaming on YouTube. This is Tanager Football brought to you by First Dakota National Bank.
Hi, I'm Farron Pratt, president of First Dakota National Bank in Vermillion. It's just about game time, so grab some snacks, find your seat, and get ready to cheer on the Tanagers to a victory along with First Dakota. And after the game, when you've had a chance to catch your breath, come on down to First Dakota National Bank and chat with us about how we can win your business too. We've got a pretty impressive team, if I do say so myself. But for now, it's game time. Let's go Tanagers!
Welcome back to Tanager Football, as there's 5:54 to go in the second quarter. Vermillion trails 15-0. It's a 2-score deficit for the Tanagers on the Mesaba scoreboard. Ryan Chapman walks off on his own, but not confidently. So I'm not quite sure how injured that he is. I don't know how injured. I have not seen Michael Beal tonight, so not quite sure how injured Michael is. So this already designed passing game might become even more so. Just depends on how much they want to rely on it. But 2 receivers left, 2 receivers right. We have seen what Duke Job can do. We might see him in the backfield a little bit. But here's the snap to Christofferson. The throw, and there is going to be a flag. I was going to say, if they did not call pass interference on that, Connor Peterson was pushed down by number 10, Teague Granum. And so that should be a 15-yard penalty. That should be a first down. And so Vermillion started at the 28-yard line. And that is one thing. Vermillion hasn't been penalized too much tonight. So we'll see. They're not making those big mistakes. But that'll get walked off against the Canton Seahawks out to the 42, 43-yard line. So 1st and 10 for the Tanagers from the 43-yard line with 5:49 to go here in the second quarter, trailing by less than 2 scores. Now, I understand Canton has been pretty dominant, but not extremely dominant. And 2 scores is very doable, especially if Vermillion can score here before the end of the half. And if you're Canton and Coach Lundstrom, you understand that. You want that to stop that at all costs. Christofferson over the right-hand side, 2. That is to Traquan Thomas, I believe, or to Landon Cerny. Traquan Thomas, and it goes out of bounds at the 40-yard line. So a 17-yard completion to Traquan Thomas. And that is another Vermillion first down. Nice job by Traquan Thomas there. So Vermillion now has the ball at the 40-yard line, moving the ball efficiently, forcing Canton to make some mistakes. And this is a well-coached Canton team, so that's no small feat. So Hayden Christopherson brings him to the line. 2 receivers left, 2 receivers right. I believe it's Peterson and Cerny to the left. It's Nygren and Traquan Thomas to the right. And that is a pass to Connor Peterson. They're only going to give him 3 yards. I thought he caught it at the 35. Forward momentum brought him forward. So they're going to give him 3. So a short gain, making it 2nd and 7 for the Tanagers from the 37-yard line. Again, Canton looking sweet in those Canton Seahawk helmets. I've always, growing up in Crofton, I don't know why, just because it was so close, I think, to Crofton's spelling, that I loved seeing Canton scores. Here's the snap to Hayden Christopherson. Over the middle, and that is complete to Landon Cerny down to the 25-yard line. So that is a 16-yard game. No. Yeah, gain of 11. First down either way. So that was Landon Cerny with a nice 11-yard gain. Brings up 1st and 10 for the Tanagers from the 26-yard line. 4:14 to go. This is the kind of drive Vermillion needed in order to keep this game in check. Canton hoping to get a stop here, but it's 1st and 10 for the Tanagers. Christopherson again alone in the backfield. 2 receivers left in Peterson and Cerny. 2 receivers right in Thomas and Nygren. And that is going to be an incomplete pass. Landon Cerny was hoping for some pass interference. The official said nope. So 2nd and 10 from the 26-yard line for the Tanagers. Clock is stopped on the Mesaba scoreboard with 3:56 to go here in the second quarter. Appreciate you being with us here on Vermillion streaming on YouTube. This is Tanager Football, brought to you by First Dakota National Bank. So Hayden Christopherson alone in the shotgun. It's now Connor Peterson split wide left with Landon Cerny on the inside right on left, and Nolan Nygren to the right along with Traquan Thomas. Landon Cerny catches the pass at the 5-yard line, and that is a 21-yard gain for number 21, Landon Cerny. That takes Vermillion down 1st and goal at the 5-yard line. 1st and goal at the 5-yard line for this Tanager team. So 3:30 and counting on the Mesaba scoreboard clock as Hayden Christopherson comes over to get the play from Tom O'Boyle. And they're going to take a timeout. We'll take a timeout as well. This timeout brought to you by Murph's Appliance on Main Street in Vermillion. This is Tanager Football brought to you by First Dakota National Bank.
The Dairy Queen Grill and Chill in Vermillion is proud to support local athletics like USD and the Tanagers. The DQ Fall flavors are in, and DQ has great food at great prices. Get a $7 meal deal. Choose from a cheeseburger or 3-piece chicken basket with fries, a drink, and a sundae for only $7. Got an office team party or birthday party? If you want to celebrate, don't bake, buy a DQ cake. And DQ supports the Sanford Children's Network. So after the game, take your team for a thrill to the Dairy Queen Grill and Chill, 905 East Cherry Street, Vermillion, South Dakota.
Welcome back to Vermillion Tanager Football. That timeout brought to you by Murph's Appliance on Main Street in Vermillion. Vermillion with 1st and goal from their own 5-yard line. Had to call a timeout. I don't know that they wanted to, but it looked like there was a little confusion out there. So Connor Peterson, somebody's requesting it, 5 catches for 84 yards right now. 5 catches for 84 yards for Connor Peterson. So Christopherson in the backfield. Here's the throw. And that is going to be a touchdown! Touchdown to Connor Peterson. Connor Peterson with a 5-yard. So now that's 6 catches for 89 yards and a touchdown. 6 catches for 89 yards and a touchdown. So Raleigh French comes on to try the point after. Right now it's 15-6. This extra point brings it back into a single-score game. A lot of momentum. Now the next thing is Vermillion needs to get that stop on the next possession. So French, Christofferson there to hold. French back to kick. Here's the snap, the hold. Kick is up, and the kick is no good. So 15-6 is the score with 3:18 to go on the Masaba scoreboard, but Vermillion is on the board. With 3:18 to go in the second quarter, we'll be back after this. It's Vermillion streaming on YouTube and ESPN Radio. Tanager football brought to you by First Dakota National Bank.
Truckers, commercial fleet, car owners, when you need a DOT inspection, you need a battery, oil change, diagnostic, or specialized tire service for farm, auto, and heavy equipment, JFI will get your vehicle repaired and washed and back on the road. JFI proudly supports Vermillion Tanagers, the community of Vermillion, in business for nearly 100 years for a reason. JFI is the best, and that's no lie. JFI 1218 Compton Court, Vermillion.
Welcome back to Tanager football from the Dakota Dome in Vermillion. Right next door in the Sanford Coyote Sports Center, the Coyote volleyball team is hosting a tournament. Since Katie's bailing on me tomorrow to spend time with her daughter, I'm going to go to a college volleyball game. Looking forward to that. And so right here, though, the Tanagers have just scored. They now trail 15-8, so it is still a two-possession game, but we've got 2 more quarters of ball after the next 3:18. So kicking off will be Raleigh French. Back deep for Canton will be Teague Granum and Kane Wallner, I believe. So French has the ball on the 40. Vermillion with a 73-yard drive, aided by a couple of penalties, but really just nice plays, nice catches, a nice sustained drive that took about 2 minutes. And that kick will be at the 40, 35 to the 30, picked up there to the 35. And he will be taken down at the 38-yard line. I believe that was Andrew Ortman, number 18, the 5'11 senior for this Canton Seahawk football team. Traquin Thomas on the tackle for the Tanagers. So again, thank you so much for joining us on the stream. Again, that touchdown, in case you're just joining us, is a 5-yard touchdown pass from Hayden Christofferson to Connor Peterson, who now has 6 catches on the day for 89 yards. Traquin Thomas has 1 catch for 17 yards. And Landon Cerny has 2 catches for 32 yards. Here's a handoff, straight ahead. Oh! And Teague Granum breaks all the way through. And that will be a 64-yard touchdown run for Teague Granum. Teague Granum putting the state on notice. Teague Granum putting this state on notice. That's not just the Kane Wallner show. 64-yard touchdown run. You can see that replay brought to you by Pied Piper in Vermillion on Vermillion streaming on YouTube. And you heard Coach Lundstrom say during his interview, hopefully you did, that Teague Granum would be a starting running back on almost every other team in this state. Teague Granum, a senior, 6 foot, 200 pounds, good-sized back, and they are riding him. 9 carries. 154 yards. Kane Wallner to try for the 2 points, and he will be in. So a 3-yard, 2-point conversion run for Kane Wallner. So with 3:04 to go here in the second quarter, Vermillion now trails 23-6. A 17-point deficit is now a 3-score game. Vermillion hopes to get back on the board by the end of the half. We'll be back after this 30-second timeout brought to you by First Dakota National Bank. We'll be right back.
If you're considering a new roof, you want to put your roof in the hands of Dave's Roofing. Dave's Roofing specializes in residential roofing and has over 10 years of experience. Dave's Roofing covers any job from a 60 to 80 mile radius of Sioux City and has a 10-man crew that completes most jobs in one day. Dave's Roofing will make sure the cleanup job is done right afterwards too. And the products installed are impact rated and eligible for homeowners insurance discounts. Look up Dave's Roofing on Facebook and check out the work that's been done and customer testimonials.
Welcome back to the Dakota Dome. I'm Michael Schumacher alongside Katie Crossway Lewedag and her daughter Reagan, who are running computer and camera for me. Salvador Perez will be back to field or to kick for Canton. Michael Beal is back to field along with Connor Peterson for this Tanager team. So Michael Beal must be okay. We'll see if we see him in the backfield. Here's the kick from Perez. That'll come down to Beal at the 15. He's at the 20. 25, makes a cut. He's to the 30. He's at the 35. He gets knocked out of bounds about the 37, 38-yard line. So a 22-yard kickoff return for Michael Beal. Vermillion will take over at the 37-yard line. 1st and 10 with 2:57 to go here in the second quarter. Vermillion, it's the big play that keeps hurting them. Otherwise, that defense, 9 times out of 10, they are making the big play on their own. They are stopping Canton. It's just the big play that Canton is able to come up with. And we'll talk about that at the half during our Fast Auto Glass halftime show. Hayden Christopherson alone in the shotgun. 2 receivers left, 2 right. Christopherson hits Landon Cerny, and that is incomplete. Knocked away by number 24, Aiden Schremp. So that'll make it 2nd and 10 for Vermillion from their own 37-yard line. So 2nd and 10 now with 2:54 to go in the second quarter. Hayden Christopherson brings the play in from the sidelines. So Vermillion's been able to move the ball. Again, Christopherson has 9 completions for 138 yards in this first half. So he's alone in the shotgun, 2 receivers left, 2 right again. Christopherson looks to the left, and it looks like there was some confusion. Looks like there was some confusion between Cerny and Peterson, and nobody was there where Christopherson threw the ball. Freshman Sam Neighbor runs out to get the ball that landed at the 40. So that will make it 3rd and 10 with 2:50 to go for Vermillion from their own 37. 2:50 to go on the Mesaba scoreboard. Vermillion trails 23-6. Again, this is Tanager Football brought to you by First Dakota National Bank. So glad you are joining us. If you are watching on the stream, please nominate a player that you would like to see named the player of the game, and we will try to get them interviewed next week. Christopherson alone in the shotgun, 2 receivers left, 2 right. Christopherson steps up, and I think Vermillion's going to get flagged for a penalty. But Christopherson sacked for a 2-yard loss. I believe that will be a hold against Vermillion. That will likely be declined. And so that will make it 4th and 12 for Vermillion from their 35-yard line. I believe we will see our first punt of the night. So Christopherson comes in. He is also the punter. So Canton will take a timeout with 2:36 to go. We'll take a timeout as well. This timeout brought to you by Murph's Appliance on Main Street in Vermillion. We'll be back on ESPN Radio and Vermillion streaming on YouTube.
Welcome to Runnings in Vermillion. Shop their great lineup of clothes for women. Names like Ariat and Carhartt for men. Boots and shoes and kids' clothing. Runnings has a large supply of animal food and accessories. Love the outdoors? See the selection of ammo, firearms, and fishing equipment. For everything you need, walk through the doors at Runnings, your home, farm, and outdoor store, Vermillion.
Welcome back to Tanager Football from the Dakota Dome in Vermillion. I'm Michael Schumacher alongside Katie and Reagan. 2:36 to go on the Masaba scoreboard. Vermillion trails 23-6. This is Tanager football, brought to you by First Dakota National Bank. It is currently 4th and about 12, maybe 13. It's a short 13, long 12. And Vermillion, I believe they're going to punt. I would not, I wouldn't see them risking a fake punt here. Hayden Christopherson is the quarterback, though, so you could see something like that. Connor Peterson, split wide left. Landon Cerny, split wide right as the jammers. So Connor Rohrig, one of the student coaches for this Tanager team, has them reset the clock to 2:44. So Christopherson back at the 25-yard line, and he will do a quick pooch punt. That will land at about the 40-yard line and roll into the 37 and to the 36. So a 29, 30-yard kick for Christopherson puts Canton at their own 37-yard line with 2:33 to go here in the second quarter. Vermillion was hit with a big play to finish the last drive for Canton. That's really swung the momentum back. Same thing that happened against Lennox. It was a 64-yard touchdown run by Teague Granum. And again, we're going to talk about Teague Granum a little bit because he is really the story of the night for this Canton Seahawks team. And there he is again, and that will be a 4-yard gain for Teague Granum. Looks like Duke Job and Cameron Bottleson on the tackle. Now Canton moving quickly. Under center, power I, 2 receivers right. Here's the handoff to Granum again, spin move, and that will be a gain of about 1. Gain of 1 for Granum there. And the clock will continue to run. Under 2 minutes to go here in the second quarter. That's going to make it 3rd and 4 for this Canton Seahawks team. They break the huddle, come to the line. Well, the center does. Everyone else follows. Alex Reed in the shotgun. 2 receivers left, 2 receivers right. And they're going to call a penalty. No, timeout taken by Vermillion. Timeout by Vermillion. So we'll take a timeout as well. Murph pays for them. We might as well take them. This is a timeout brought to you by Murph's Appliance on Main Street in Vermillion with 1:39 to go on the Masaba scoreboard. Vermillion trails 23-6 here in the second quarter. We'll be back right after this.
I'm Blaine Olson, owner of Blaine's Body Shop in Vermillion. I grew up here, graduated here, and now have a business here. I'm proud to serve the community that has helped me live this dream. I have top-notch equipment, the latest in training, along with a work ethic and the desire to serve you. Should you need repairs in the future, please remember Blaine's Body Shop across from Polaris on the Highway 50 bypass in Vermillion.
Blaine's Body Shop. Automotive collision repair.
Now online at blainesbodyshop.com.
Welcome back to Tanager Football, brought to you by First Dakota National Bank. That timeout brought to you by Murph's Appliance. Let's set the table for you. 1:39 to go here in the second quarter. Vermillion trails 23-6 on the Masaba scoreboard. It is 3rd and 4 for Canton from their own 42, 43-yard line. Power I formation. Alex Reed under center. Will look to pass. Gets it out to the left, and that is a pass to their fullback, Tyler Rosaboom, and he will make it down to about the 45-yard line. So that will be a 12-yard gain for Rosaboom. Brought down by Raleigh French. So 1st and 10 for Canton with 1:29 to go. Clock stops for the first down. And out of bounds. And here's Alex Reed over to the left to Granum. Granum looks like another first down, 10-yard gain. Gives him 2 catches for 58 yards. So 1:24 to go. Canton trying to work efficiently and effectively and quickly as we look at to close out the second quarter. Vermillion hoping to stave off another score by Canton. But as Granum was tackled out of bounds, the clock is stopped with 1:24 to go. Here's the rollout by Reed. No, not by Reed. But there's Kane Wallner with the catch. And he is tackled out of bounds. That is a 34-yard pass. It looks like Rylan Larson, though. I couldn't see or Daniel Langerock. I think it was Daniel Langerock. But Kane Wallner was the receiver for a first down. 1st and 10 for the Seahawks. Yeah. I don't know. So power I, no wideouts. Here's the handoff straight ahead to T. Granum, and that is a 1-yard touchdown run for Granum. Makes it 29-6 in favor of the Seahawks. 29-6 on the Masaba scoreboard with 1:12 to go here in the second quarter. And you can watch that replay brought to you by Pied Piper on Vermillion Streaming on YouTube. Thank you to Pied Piper. Longtime staple in Yankton. Recently opened a store in Vermillion. They go for 2, does Canton. They're at the 3-yard line. Straight ahead, Kane Wallner. And that is successful. Makes it 31-6 with 1:12 to go. We'll be back for the kickoff after this. Again, 31-6 with 1:12 to go on the Masaba scoreboard. This is Tanager Football, brought to you by First Dakota National Bank.
Get the finest wood in the neighborhood. Down at the lumberyard. Down at the lumberyard.
But it's not just wood at the lumberyard. With a wide variety of quality building materials, the folks at the lumberyard can help you with all of your project needs. Whether it be paint, siding, cabinets, windows, or of course lumber, the lumberyard is ready to help. The best wood in the neighborhood at the lumberyard, 1000 West Cherry Street in Vermillion.
Welcome back to ESPN Radio, 101.5 FM, 1570 AM, and Vermillion streaming on YouTube. With 1:12 to go on the Masaba scoreboard, Vermillion trails 31-6. Salvador Lopez looks to kick off to Vermillion. Mike O'Beal and Connor Peterson back deep to receive for the Tanagers. Not too long ago, it was Vermillion hoping to stave it off. It was 15-6. It was a 2-score game. And in a little over 2 minutes, Canton has been able to score 16 points. Here's the kick from Lopez. Down to Beal at the 20. 25 to the 30. 35, 40, 45, and knocked out of bounds at the 49-yard line. So that is a 29-yard return for Mike O'Beal, giving Vermillion a short field to work with 1:06 to go. Now, Vermillion does not have any timeouts left. That is one thing. Vermillion did give Murph his money's worth this half. So they have no timeouts to work with, but they are right at midfield. So only 50 yards to go. If they can work the outside a little bit, and they've been able to do that, they can stop the clock, maybe even get a field goal attempt in, make it 31-9, which brings it down to a three-score game, which would be valuable, which would be so important. So we'll see what Christofferson and the rest of the Tanager team can do. Cerny and Peterson split left. Nygren and Traquan Thomas split right. Connor Peterson tackled after a 2-yard gain. And the clock will run. That does put Peterson over 90 yards in receiving. 52 seconds to go. And Christofferson comes over to the sideline for a play. We'll see if they try to go downfield here now as the clock ticks away. 42, 41, 40 on the Masaba scoreboard. They break the huddle. They come to the line. They're at the 48-yard line of Canton. Christofferson alone in the backfield. Cerny split left. Peterson, Nygren, and Thomas split right. Peterson now comes to the left. Here's the snap. Peterson tucks, runs, and he is going to be tackled for a 1-yard loss. And I think that's going to end the half. 10 seconds to go. 9, 8, and that will do it. That is going to be the half Vermillion goes into the locker room trailing 31-6 on the Mesaba scoreboard. This is Tanager Football, brought to you by First Dakota National Bank. We'll be back with stats and scores after this with our Fast Auto Glass halftime show. Keep it tuned here to ESPN Radio, 101.5 FM, 1570 AM, and Vermillion streaming on YouTube. We'll be right back.
This is your invitation to thrive in Yankton, South Dakota. Nestled on the bluffs of the Missouri River, plenty of outdoor adventures are waiting. Whether you work remote or in a traditional office, we have a spot for you. Quality health care, diverse manufacturing, progressive school system, Mount Marty University, and so much more. Explore with family and friends. Let's thrive together.
For over 40 years, your local heating and cooling contractor has been Larry's Heating and Cooling. How do we stay in business that long? Our customers know we stand behind our work. We offer top quality name brand equipment, and no one matches our pricing. When compared to the other local Lennox dealers based in Iowa, we are $2,000 less for the same equipment. Not a Larry's customer? Well, when you're ready to upgrade, trust Larry's. Honest pricing, no gimmicks, and reliable service. Larry's Heating and Cooling, Yankton and Vermillion.
Starting the first bank in South Dakota was the easy part, earning the confidence of local farmers, helping families account for their dreams, and securing the future for countless businesses took us a little longer. We owe it to the hard workers, big dreamers, and forward thinkers out there. Thank you for making South Dakota a great place to call home.
If you want somebody to come into your home and fix everything right the first time, look professional, act professional, treat you with respect, you got to call Kaylin's. When they come in, I feel that they want to be there. I feel that they want to help me.
You know, they put on the little booties over their shoes. They had canvas from the garage door all the way down to walk on. They left the furnace room in the basement probably cleaner than it was when they came in.
They just do customer service very well. I would recommend Kaylin's to anyone.
Fuller Digital Solutions started small, but now we're growing as FDS provides live streaming coverage for over 20 schools across 3 different states on our Fuller Digital Solutions YouTube channel. Subscribe to get notified when we go live for your school events. Big events are captured live, and your business can get noticed with advertising during our live streams. Local talent and camera operators are encouraged to contact us too for future employment. No experience necessary. We will train. For information about advertising or working with Fuller Digital Solutions, email us and follow us on Facebook.
Welcome back to Vermillion Tanager Football, brought to you by First Dakota National Bank. We are in the Fast Auto Glass halftime show. If you're watching on Vermillion streaming, you can also watch the Pride of Vermillion marching band, the high school marching band, doing a great job for their as part of their halftime show that they have been doing that they're doing this season. So you can watch that while you hear the stats if you'd like. All right. Well, we will start with Vermillion. Vermillion, only one rusher tonight so far. 5 carries for 4 yards for Hayden Christofferson. Runs of 1, 2, 7, and then losses of 5 and 1. And then passing, Christofferson is 10 of 19 for 140 yards. And for receiving, it's Connor Peterson with 7 receptions for 91 yards. Traquan Thomas, 1 reception for 17 yards. And Landon Cerny with 2 receptions for 32 yards. Connor Peterson also has 1 touchdown of 5 yards. One of those receptions was a touchdown of 5 yards. Now, for Canton, you're going to hear some numbers here. Kane Wallner rushing, 9 rushes for 43 yards and 1 2-point conversion. Teague Granum, 12 rushes for 159 yards and 3 touchdowns. Teague Granum has been the story of the show because not only does he have 159 yards rushing, he has 2 receptions for 58 yards in receiving. He has 4 total touchdowns for this team. And just has been the story of the night. Those big plays, runs of 11, 15, 51, and 64. And when you have a two-headed monster like that, like Canton does, like Teague Granum and Kane Walter, that is hard to defend. Really hard to defend. And then every once in a while being able to hit Tyler Rosaboom. Tyler Rosaboom coming out of the backfield. And that's what killed him one time, that first touchdown. Not the first touchdown, sorry. Just a long play for a first down. It was second, I think it was actually fourth and like third and 23 or 24. They hit him for a 30-yard pass for a first down. So Alex Reed, he is 5 of 8 for 115 yards and 1 touchdown. Passes of 11, 12, 10, 48, 34. Tyler Rosaboom has 3 catches for 44 yards. Again, like I said, Teague Granum has 2 catches for 58 yards. And Kane Walter, 1 reception for 34 yards. So just a well-balanced offense for this Canton Seahawks team. That big play ability is so hard for the Tanagers to defend. Now, it is not over by any means. 25 points, it's four scores. Vermillion's offense has shown that they can move the ball. And so that's what's going to be important. So give me just a second here. I had somebody asking about a Gayville-Vollen link, so we are going to help them find that. As Gayville-Vollen is taking on Marion Freeman Academy. That's at Gayville-Vollen Raiders on YouTube. We also have Zach Spear at 5-Star Streaming on YouTube, over on Classic Hits as well. And Rich Wright is on 5-Star Streaming, and he is with Viborg Hurley and Alcester Hudson. So, speaking of all those games, we are going to take a look around the state to see exactly what's going on. So give me just a moment. Let's get that pulled up here as we are part of our Fast Auto Glass halftime show. So glad you are with us. And again, just a reminder, if you would like to nominate a player of the game, please go to our Vermillion streaming on YouTube and type in the name of the player that you'd like to see interviewed this week, and I will effort to make it happen. I do love interviewing kids for Tanager Talks, so hopefully you will join us for that. So let's take a look around the state. Let's start with Class A. That's what we're watching here, and that's what we'll discuss right now. The scoreboard part of the Fast Auto Glass halftime show brought to you by, and Tanagers football is brought to you by First Dakota National Bank. Dakota Valley, with 3 minutes left in the second, leads Lakota Tech 57-0. Looks like that will end at the half. And that is the Pride of Vermillion Marching Band. That was their performance, so congratulations to them, a beautiful sounding band. I am looking to interview some of them as well for Tanager Talks. I'm more than just athletics. I'd like to do academics and arts as well. In a shocker, to me, Del Rapids beats Rapid City Christian. Not that they beat them, but by how much? 40-24 in that game. That was at Del Rapids, and they beat them 40-24. Madison Big over Custer, 42-16. Also in a final, Tri-Valley over Belle Fourche, 37-0. McCook Central leads, West Central leads McCook Central, Montrose, 27-0 with 1 minute to go in the second. Lennox leads Sioux Falls Christian, so number 3 over number 1 right now, 8-2 with 10 minutes to go in the third. And again, number 1 Canton leading Vermillion, 31-6 at the half. Millbank leads Groton area at the half, and that is all of the scoring in Class 11A. Let's look at 11AA, where Yankton at the half leads Douglas 47-0. Zach Spear again on the call. You can go to 5-Star Streaming on YouTube or Classic Hits 1063 to catch all of that action. At the half, Pierre and Watertown are tied at 14. Watertown seems to be for real. So that throws a wrench in the works for anyone who thought it was just Pierre and everyone else. And out there you will see the dance team, Dance Inferno. So again, we will keep the screen up so you can see that. I will not go to a commercial until those are done. Aberdeen Central, with 1 minute to go in the second, is tied with Brookings at 0. I thought that was going to be a good matchup. T area over Huron, 28-7 at the half. And Sturgis Brown leads Rapid City Stevens 10-7. 10-0. In 11 AAA, Brandon Valley defeats O'Gorman 27-0. I believe that will finally take O'Gorman out of the top 5. Unfortunately, I mean, the teams they've lost to are number 1, number 2, and number 3. Harrisburg is leading Rapid City Central 42-8. And again, Sturgis Brown over Rapid City Stevens 10-0. Tomorrow in 11 AAA, Sioux Falls Washington will take on Sioux Falls Jefferson, and Sioux Falls Lincoln will take on Sioux Falls Roosevelt. And thank you so much for the soda. That will be excellent. As Katie and Reagan went to the concessions, my throat is a bit parched, and I said I don't know why. Maybe it's because I'm talking. And in 11 AA tomorrow, Mitchell will take on Spearfish. Again, just a reminder, Pierre and Watertown are tied at 14. So will the evil empire finally be defeated? Watertown looking to take down Pierre. We're all here for it. That's all I'm saying. We are here for it. In 11B action, it's Miller Highmore Herald leading Chamberlain 20-8 at the half. Sioux Valley over Clark Willow Lake 33-14. And we're going to take a quick commercial break here shortly. Just area scores: Bridgewater Emory Ethan leads Beersford at the half 9-6. And Winter leads Elk Point Jefferson 12-0 at the half. And in 9-man action, Viborg Hurley leads Alcester Hudson 30-8 with 8 minutes to go in the second. Trip Delmont Armour AC Lightning Bolt DC over Scotland Menno 50-14. Bon Home leads Gregory 14-8. Freeman Marion Freeman Academy over Gayville Vollen 38-18 with 1 minute to go in the second. And Avon leads Corsica Stickney 38-14. So we'll be back with more of our Fast Auto Glass halftime show after these messages. This timeout brought to you by Fast Auto Glass, this halftime show. This is Tanager Football, brought to you by First Dakota National Bank. I'm Michael Schumacher alongside Katie and Reagan. We'll be back shortly with more.
Clay County Abstract and Title Company has a complex job that boils down to something very simple: helping you purchase your dream with confidence. When investing in a new home, a new site for your business, or piece of property, you want peace of mind that the property is truly yours. Clay County Abstract and Title Company has been doing just that since 1946. Clay County Abstract and Title Company, proud supporters of Vermillion activities and proud to be a part of your dreams come true.
Candice Couture is your complete women's lingerie shop. Bras, underwear, PJs, loungewear, swimwear, sports bras, activewear, and much, much more. Small to 3 extra large and over 200 different sizes of bras. AA to O cup bands 28 to 56 in store. Candice Couture, 17 West Main Street.
Slumberland Furniture in Yankton, the place to shop for your next new mattress. Find brands like Stearns & Foster, Nectar, and the hottest selling mattress, Purple, measured for your comfort and a dream-laden night's sleep. There's the new Adapt by Tempur-Pedic as well. Slumberland Furniture has Flex Steel furniture too, comfy and classy. That's Slumberland Furniture, 2401 Broadway, Yankton. Todd's Electric, your full-service electrical contracting company. Todd's Electric services residential, commercial, agricultural, and industrial customers. From the simplest service call to the most complex design-build project, Todd's Electric has the expertise to do it right. Call Todd's Electric for all your electrical needs. Todd's Electric, helping you control all things electric. Except for lightning. Todd's Electric. Go Tanagers.
This is the Fast Auto Glass of Vermillion halftime show. Fast Auto Glass, always at your service. Now all your stats, recaps, and updates of Vermillion Tanagers football on ESPN 101.5, AM 1570, and Vermillion Streaming.
Welcome back to our Tanager football, to our fast. You know what helps if you put your microphone down to take a drink, and if you put it back up. Welcome back to Tanager football, brought to you by First Dakota National Bank, and this is our Fast Auto Glass halftime show. I hope you enjoyed the Tanager Marching Band and Dance Inferno. If you listen to my show, I do try to promote the arts and academics as well. So whenever they're out there, I will try to have them on the screen. So I hope we can keep appreciating them as well. So if you're Vermillion, you're just looking to, they're going to receive the ball first. Go down and score. Touchdown, field goal, anything to get it to that 3-possession margin. Once you do that, you can start whittling it away. So, I do want to mention what we have coming up for other broadcasts. I will be in Vermillion on Tuesday, and I hope Katie will be with me to broadcast some volleyball from the Birdcage as Vermillion takes on Sioux Falls Christian. Also on Friday next week, I will be in Madison as the Tanagers will be taking on the Madison Bulldogs. Katie will not be joining me for that as Katie starts a new job next week. So wish her luck with that. It'll be good for her. She has weekends off. She'll be happier, a little less grumpy. Reagan agrees. Just a little less of a pain in our butt. And so it'll be good. So, no, we want to wish her luck with that. It just means she won't be able to make a long road trip like that with me. But that's okay. That's okay. So we're excited for that. Also, tomorrow, breakfast with the coaches. A full slate of coaches. I finally have my feet underneath me. When Joe retired, quit, whatever you want to say, the breakfast with the coaches fell to me and a certain guy, 2 thumbs, this guy wasn't ready. And so, it's been a good time, but the coaches have been patient, and I had a lot of great interviews today, and looking forward to bringing you some breakfast with the coaches tomorrow here on ESPN Radio, 101.5 FM, 1570 AM, and that will be immediately followed by FCS Nation Radio. What is that, you say? Well, it's a new program we've put in that talks strictly about FCS football. That includes USD, SDSU, the Missouri Valley Football Conference, Big Sky, SoCon, all of that. Had Kevin Marshall on my program earlier this week. He is a hoot, and he is fun. So I hope you'll tune into that. And then, beginning at 1 o'clock, I hope you'll tune in on Classic Hits for my Dick Sunday pregame show that I curate and put together for you. And then John Thayer will give you a real pregame show at 2 o'clock because he's a professional. And then at 3 o'clock will be kickoff as South Dakota takes on Portland State. Looking to, you can say want to rebound off that loss to Wisconsin, but I got to say I think it's I don't know how many people expected the Coyotes to win, but they took Wisconsin to the limit. So excited for that. And next week I will have some Coyote interviews, looking to interview Charles Pierre Jr. and Stephen Carlson with the USD Athletic Department and Media Department. Says he's going to make it happen, so we're holding him to it. That's why I'm putting it on the record here. All right, well, we'll be back with our second half kickoff after this on ESPN Radio, 101.5 FM, 1570 AM, and Vermillion streaming on YouTube. This is Tanager Football, brought to you by First Dakota National Bank, and this is the Fast Autoglass Halftime Show.
Wanting a specialist without leaving town? We've got you covered. Our clinic offers specialists for the health and wellness of your family, from pediatricians to OBGYNs, plus primary care. You can find it all at Vermillion Medical Clinic. So much care, so close to home.
If you're looking for the perfect fit, Vermillion Vision Care Associates fits like the right pair of glasses. Vision Care Associates has its roots in family eye care, and the doctors are well known for being primary eye care providers. With the ability to treat and diagnose a variety of settings, Vermillion Vision Care Associates is the right fit for you. Plus, they can fit you into a new pair of glasses, sunglasses, or contacts that feel just right. With continuing education, see the best doctors at Vermillion Vision Care Associates.
Welcome back to Vermillion Tanager Football, brought to you by First Dakota National Bank. On the Masaba scoreboard, Vermillion trails 31-6 as we get ready to start this second half. Vermillion will receive back deep to receive our Mike O'Beal and Connor Peterson. Kicking off for Canton will be Salvador Lopez. And so, again, as you're watching, if you want to name a Tanager player of the game, please do, and we will make sure that he is interviewed next week as part of At the Mic with Michael Schumacher and part of our Tanager Talks. So thank you so much for tuning into the stream. Again, Salvador Lopez back to kick, it looks like still for Canton, as Vermillion looks to start off strong here in the second half. That kick to Beal again at the 15, to the 20, to the 25. Bounces it out. Oh, gets to about the 28-yard line, so a 13-yard return for Mike O'Beal. So Hayden Christofferson brings the Tanager team out. Looking to get something going here. And the Canton Seahawks looking to stop it. So they come to the line. It'll be Peterson, Nygren, and Cerny split right. Traquin Thomas isolated left. Christofferson alone in the shotgun. Here's the snap. Christofferson looks to the right, and he will pull it down, and he will be sacked for about a 4-yard loss. A long 4, short 5-yard loss, making about 14, 15 yards. So again, Vermillion using all of the clock, of the play clock. They are huddling up. Christofferson gets the play from the sidelines as the Pride of Vermillion marching band takes their instruments off in the end zone there. Slowly but surely, but yeah, they're like, oh yeah, play is resumed. We better get it moving. Hot foot it. I remember being in band. That always stunk. I like taking my time. Here's Christofferson in the shotgun. 3 right, 1 left. Traquin Thomas isolated left. Christofferson again pulls it, moves ahead, and he will get back to the original line of scrimmage. So those 4 yards he lost, he gained. It's now going to be 3rd and 10 for these Tanagers. 10:43 to go here in the third quarter. Vermillion trailing 31-6 on the Masaba scoreboard. That's a 4-score game, and that's 4 scores, and not 7 years ago. 4 scores if you're talking with 2-point conversions. I guess it's 4 scores either way, but 24 points on 2-point conversions still leaves you 1 point short. So a lot of work to do, but this Tanager team has shown that they can score. To move the ball tonight. 3 receivers right. Thomas split left. Christofferson claps his hands, takes the pass, looks left. It's Thomas, and Thomas. It's incomplete, but there's a penalty flag out there. I believe they are going to get pass interference on the defense, as that was defended by Keyshawn Smith, the 5'11", 180-pound junior for Canton. And not pass interference. That is a hold. And so that should be an automatic first down, as they will mark it off from the 26-yard line, 27-yard line. So holding on Canton, automatic. Nope, still 3rd down, 10-yard penalty. So that'll make it 3rd and 1 instead of 3rd and 11. If it had been pass interference, it would have been an automatic first down. But the hold must have occurred before the pass was thrown. So here, 3rd and 1 from the 37-yard line of Vermillion. Christofferson in the backfield with Traquin Thomas to the left. 3 receivers right in Cerny, Peterson, and Cerny. And Christofferson keeps it, quarterback sneak, and he gains 6 yards. 7 yards for Christofferson. First down, 2 minutes into this third quarter, so moving the ball. You have to feel pretty comfortable with that for Vermillion. So 1st and 10, 9:50 to go, and counting. Christofferson brings the play in now from the sideline. And here's Christofferson. 3 receivers right. Looks to throw, and he will overthrow Cerny, and that will be incomplete. 9:26 to go, and that'll make it 2nd and 10 here in the third quarter. With 9:26 to go. So Canton looking to bend but not break defensively. So Christofferson again brings the play in from the sidelines. This Canton defense, they've given up some yardage, passing yardage to this Tanager team, but only the 1 touchdown. So if you're Coach Lundstrom, I think you have to feel pretty good about it. They've held Christofferson in check, as he has 11 yards tonight. Or 15 yards, I mean. Christofferson over the middle to Landon Cerny, down to the 40-yard line. But there is a flag on the play. I don't know if it's a hit on Christofferson, and that is a hold on Vermillion. A hold on Vermillion, as that completion will be negated, as that pass to Landon Cerny will be negated. And so they will walk this back. As they'll count it off from the line of scrimmage. That'll take it back to about the 34-yard line. That'll make it 2nd and 20 for these Tanagers. 2nd and 20 for the Tanagers. .908 to go and counting here in the third quarter. Christofferson, 2 receivers left, 2 receivers right. Canton looks like they were going to pressure. Throw over the middle to Cerny, and another completion to Cerny down at the 49-yard line. No, they're going to give it to him at the 48. So it was 2nd and 20. That's going to make it 3rd and 1. A gain of 19 for Vermillion for Cerny. That gives him 51 yards on the night. And he was tackled by Aiden Schremp out there. So that's going to make it 3rd and a long 1, a short 2. So see what Vermillion does here. Hayden Christofferson has shown that he has the wheels to get some yardage. So Canton has to play that and be aware of that. So 3 receivers now left. Traquan Thomas splits out wide right. We'll see if, and Peterson now comes to the right. We'll see what Christofferson does here. Quick slant to Cerny, and he gets it at the 45-yard line. That is going to be a first down for the Tanagers. A little 3-yard pass. You needed 2. You got 3. That is a first down. You take that every time. So that's the second first down for the Tanagers on this drive with 8:18 to go here in the third quarter. And it's so important for this Tanager team to get a score here, to get some momentum onto their side. I know it's a long road back, but you have to believe they can do it. So they break the huddle here. And again, 3 receivers left, 1 right. Here's Christofferson, 7:49 to go. Peterson comes to the right. Christofferson, long pass to Cerny, and that is complete. And I think they're going to get some pass interference, but that's down to the 25-yard line. So we will see. That's a 20-yard pass, but we'll see what the penalty is, and that is against Canton. And so they will decline that. The official was looking the wrong direction. He was looking at the Canton sideline, waving decline, and Canton's like, hey, that was against us. We'll decline it every time. So pass is 20 yards to Cerny. So Landon Cerny becoming a weapon here in the second half in this first drive with 7:39 to go. Vermillion now has the ball 1st and 10 at the 25-yard line. Again, on the Masaba scoreboard, Vermillion trails 31-6 with 7:30 to go, but they are driving at the 25-yard line of Canton. Peterson and Cerny split left. Thomas and Nygren split right. Peterson will move from left to right now. Christofferson looks. Here's a throw over the middle, and that is hit at the line of scrimmage, and that will fall incomplete. So 182 yards on the night so far for Hayden Christofferson. 2nd and 10 for this Tanager team as Hayden Christofferson brings in the play from the sidelines. Connor Peterson was the main weapon in the first half. Landon Cerny's become the primary weapon here in the second half. Shouldn't say second half, here in the first drive of the second half. But you wonder what that might create when Canton has both of these players to worry about. And Traquin Thomas, we haven't even been able to hit Nolan Nygren yet, who's a weapon unto himself. So Cerny and Peterson left, Thomas and Nygren right, Christofferson alone in the shotgun. And now Nygren will move right to left. Here's the snap. Christofferson, he'll keep it, he'll run. No, he will throw deep to Thomas in the end zone. Touchdown, Tanagers! And if you are on Vermillion streaming, you can see that replay brought to you by Pied Piper. And so now like that, 31-12 in favor of Canton. Nice pass that was a beautiful pass from Hayden Christofferson and a beautiful catch by Traquin Thomas for the touchdown. That puts Hayden Christofferson over 200 yards passing. Raleigh French will go back to kick the extra point. Hayden Christofferson will hold. Looking to make it 31-13, a 3-possession game. Here's the kick. It's up, and it is good. 31-13, Vermillion trails with 7:07 to go in the third quarter on the Mesaba scoreboard. We'll be back with the kickoff after this. This is Tanager Football brought to you by First Dakota National Bank.
Remember the Perks card from Pump and Pack? Well, guess what? There's an addition, not just a card, it's an app. The Pump and Perks app and the Pump and Perks card from Pump and Pack, Vermillion. Just go to their Facebook page, Pump and Pack, and scan the QR code and you're in. Or go to the store, Pump and Pack, and get the card. Then download the app. Each one does the same thing. Like give you 5 cents off per gallon every day, except for Sunday, it's doubled with the Perks card from Pump and Pack, Vermillion.
Welcome back to Vermillion Tanager Football, brought to you by First Dakota National Bank. I'm Michael Schumacher, alongside Katie Crossway Lewedag, you know the rest, and her daughter Reagan. From the Dakota Dome, as the Tanagers have just gone down and scored a touchdown, had the ball for 4 minutes, 53 seconds, and scored a touchdown, making it 31-13. 18-point deficit, 3-possession deficit. Raleigh French will line it up to kick off. Teague Granum, and number 6, Keyshawn Smith are back deep for Canton to receive. Teague Granum has been the story of the night for Canton. We'll see if it continues that way here in the second half. French's kick is fielded at the 35, up to the 40, and gets to the 45, 46, 47-yard line for number 32, Tayson Okenga, 6 foot, 175 pound junior. All right, so Canton takes over at the 47-yard line. Vermillion's defense looking to hold here. 5 minutes into this third quarter on the Mesaba scoreboard. You are paying attention to Tanager Football, brought to you by First Dakota National Bank. All right, Alex Reed comes under center. Power I with 2 receivers right. Here's the handoff straight ahead. And Granum sheds a couple of blockers, but he will gain 5. Makes it 2nd and 5 for this Canton Seahawks team. So the Seahawks, leading by 3 scores, they're going to take their time. I mean, they already did take their time, but they're going to do it even more here in the second half. So, again, if you have a player of the game that you'd like to nominate, please do that on Vermillion Streaming. Kane Wallner, straight ahead, and boy, he is just pushing and churning with his legs, but only gains a yard. I think it's Wallner. Yeah, that was Kane Wallner for a gain of 1. So that's going to make it 3rd and 4. All of a sudden, the Tanagers looking like maybe they can get a stop here. Kane Wallner hasn't been able to get going too much, but here's the wishbone. Here's the handoff straight ahead, and nothing doing. 2-yard gain. That's going to make it 4th and 1. That was Kane Wallner yet again. 4th and 1 for this Canton Seahawks. That's a long one. That's a 1.5 at least. So Canton looks like they're going to go for it, though. Vermillion looking to hold firm with 5:26 to go here in the third quarter. Decided momentum change if they are able to get this 4th down stop. So Alex Reed under center. Hands off, straight ahead, and Grantham is able to bowl straight ahead for a gain of 9 yards, 8 yards for Grantham. And that will be a 1st down for Canton. So 1st and 10 for Canton at the 36-yard line. So Sam Neighbor and Cameron Bottleson on the stop for the Tanagers. 4:53 and counting here in the third quarter. So Canton took over with about 7 minutes to go. They've already eaten up almost 2.5 minutes of clock here in the third quarter. Here's Grantham around the side, and he's going to be stopped for about a half a yard gain by Raleigh French. I think if Raleigh French were getting votes for every tackle he had tonight, he would be homecoming king. So, but then Connor Peterson, if he got votes for every catch he made and yard he gained, he might be homecoming king. So we'll see. Of course, Carter Hansen, Max Knutson, those guys have a little something to say about it too. Carter golfing. We'll see. I mean, who knows? For every birdie you score or par. I don't know, how does the voting even work for homecoming king? I was never even considered. They're like, no. All right, Alex Reed under center. He'll pitch to Grantham. Grantham cuts it back. And, boy, just pulls ahead. Wow. That is an 8-9 yard gain for Grantham again. He's able to slip through the smallest of holes and make gains for this Canton Seahawks team. But it looks like a player is down. Oh, no, holding their knee. Who is it? Oh, it's Grantham. It is Grantham. He is hopping off. He is not putting any weight on that right leg. Oh, that's a huge blow for the Canton Seahawks. You hate to see that. Grantham again, the 6-foot, 200-pound senior who's had a wonderful night. He has 181 yards rushing on the night. He has 58 yards receiving. Regardless of his numbers, you hate to see somebody walking off in that much pain, but that hurts if you're a Canton Seahawk. If you're a Tanager fan, you have to think, now you're able to focus solely on Kane Wallner. So we'll see. Back deep in the lot in there is Mason Bentz, though, for Canton. Alex Reed looks to pass to Kane Wallner, and over the top of Nolan Nygren. Down to the 5-yard line from the 27 to 22-yard gain for Wallner. So that's a 1st down, 1st and goal for this Canton Seahawk team at the 5-yard line of Vermillion. The entire Canton crowd seemed to have something going on with their head up. It seems like some sort of cheer. Here's the pitch to Wallner over the left-hand side, and he is tackled for no gain. So Wallner's been effective on the offensive side, or receiving side, 2 receptions, 56 yards. He's been held in check on the rushing side with 12 rushes for 46 yards, so under 4 yards a carry for Wallner. But again, like I said, I believe he's going to be looking more defensively at the University of South Dakota. 6'4", 220 pounds. Perfect size, put on you can see his athleticism as a receiver. He can afford to take on some more weight and be a really awesome linebacker for USD. Wallner from the backfield in for a 5-yard touchdown run. So that makes the score 37-13, and just like that, they're able to take back their momentum. And you can check out that Pied Piper replay on Vermillion Streaming on YouTube. So that makes the score 37-13. Salvador Lopez looks to make it 38-13, which would be back to a 25-point lead. The kick is up, and the kick is good. So with 1:41 to go in the third quarter, Vermillion trails Canton 38-13. This is Tanager Football, brought to you by First Dakota National Bank, and that is on the Masaba scoreboard. We'll be back after this timeout, brought to you by Murph's Appliance on ESPN Radio, 101.5 FM, 1570 AM, and Vermillion streaming on YouTube.
Nice.
Maytag appreciates a compliment, but this Maytag washer isn't just eye candy.
Wow.
Inside, it's got the capacity and power to handle even the mightiest loads.
I love this.
Yeah, she's a beaut.
It's a he.
How do you know?
Don't worry about it.
Find Maytag products and the industry's best appliances at your local dealer. Murph's Appliance, downtown Vermillion.
Welcome back to Tanager Football, brought to you by First Dakota National Bank. I'm Michael Schumacher alongside Katie and Reagan, where Canton has just driven down the field to retake that 25-point lead. Salvador Lopez kicking off to Michael Beal and Connor Peterson. Again, if you're watching on Vermillion streaming, nominate your player of the game for the Tanagers. So it's still it's a long road to hoe. Vermillion can do it. A kickoff return would be nice here. Beal at the 18, up to the 25, 30, and he is down at the 32-yard line. A 14-yard return for Michael Beal. Hayden Christopherson and his crew will come back out for this Tanager team. Christopherson gets the play from Tom O'Boyle on the sidelines and brings it in. And again, during our postgame, we will have scores from around the state. See if the evil empire of Pierre was finally defeated by Watertown. I think that would make Katie a stormtrooper if she was a fan of theirs. Hayden Christopherson in the shotgun. Two receivers left, two right. Peterson now moves left to right. Christopherson with the snap. Looks to Cerny. And no pass interference there as the ball was underthrown. So incomplete. That makes it 2nd and 10 for Vermillion from the 32-yard line. So 207 yards passing for Hayden Christopherson. A nice night, but you know we'd love to get some more, get some scores on the board for the Tanagers. Two touchdown passes, one interception. Here's the pass, snap to Christopherson. Pass over the middle, and wow, I thought I saw Nygren being tugged and hugged by a Canton Seahawk, but no call there. That was no, and Nolan Nygren thought it too. You could see his emotions. So ball's incomplete. It's now 3rd and 10. As out comes Brock Wilroth, in comes Landon Cerny. Minute 27 to go here in the third quarter. Canton leads Vermillion on the Masaba scoreboard, 38-13. Again, this is Tanager Football, brought to you by First Dakota National Bank. Again, thank you so much for joining us. Love to have you here. As Christopherson and the Tanagers break the huddle. It's two receivers left, two receivers right. Nobody in motion. Christopherson takes the snap. Pass to the right, and Nygren, that will be a pass interference call. That will be a pass interference call or holding, but it's 3rd and 10, so either way should be a first down. As we get the signal and the call from the officials. As Hayden Christopherson already has the play from Coach O'Boyle. A minute 23 to go here in the third quarter. Vermillion trails 38-13. And that is a hold, so not an automatic first down, but like I said, 3rd and 10, it's still a first down because that is a 10-yard penalty. So Vermillion first down and 10 now at their own 42-yard line. Again, with a minute 23 to go in the third quarter. So 13 and a half minutes for the Tanagers to try to do something. So Christopherson alone in the shotgun. Peterson and Cerny split left. Traquin Thomas and Nolan Nygren split right. And Christopherson out to Peterson, and he is tackled at the 46-yard line. So that is going to be a 12-yard gain for Connor Peterson, and that puts him over 100 yards on the night. That gives him 103 yards in receiving on 8 receptions. So Connor Peterson with over 100 yards receiving tonight. Actually, both Peterson and Cerny over 100 yards receiving. 106 for Cerny, 103 for Connor Peterson. So both players having themselves quite a night statistically. You know they would both love to get some more scores and receptions to help this Tanager effort against Canton. And that is going to be a timeout by Coach Tom O'Boyle. Looked like there was some confusion out there. This timeout brought to you by Murph's Appliance on Main Street in Vermillion. For all of your appliance needs, contact Murph's Appliance. 26 seconds to go here in the third quarter. 38-13. We'll be back after this quick timeout. It's Tanager football brought to you by First Dakota National Bank.
In a situation like this, the first thing you do, of course, is make sure everybody's okay. And then you're thinking, you better call your insurance person. No, just call Justin. At Vermillion Auto Works, you see Justin handles all the insurance claims and gives free quotes. Not everybody does the free quote thing anymore, you know. So call Justin at Vermillion Auto Works. He'll take care of the situation. Carrying WeatherTech, Rough Country, and Tuxedo. Vermillion Auto Works.
Welcome back to Tanager football. 38 seconds on the clock. As the clock kept running, Connor Rohrig again had to come down and tell the clock operator, hey, and Katie's like, yeah, I agree. But 38 seconds to go here in the third quarter. Vermillion, 1st and 10 from the 45-yard line of Canton. Hayden Christopherson in the shotgun. Cerny and Peterson split left. Thomas and Nygren split right. Now Nygren will come across. 3 receivers on the left. And Christopherson looks to go deep to Thomas. Oh, in and out of Thomas's hands at the 20-yard line for an incompletion. 2nd and 10 with 33 seconds to go in the third quarter. Thomas, it was kind of tailing away. You understand why he missed, but you know he's a little frustrated with himself on that one. So 33 seconds to go on the Masaba scoreboard. Vermillion trailing 38-13 in the third quarter. Hayden Christopherson brings his team to the line. 2nd and 10 from their own 45-yard line. As Hayden Christopherson is in the shotgun. And he will keep it, and he will tuck and run and lose about 2 yards. And the clock will run. We'll see if that's the last play of this half, or this quarter. 20 seconds to go. I have to think it is. Christopherson comes to the sidelines, talks to O'Boyle. And as the clock runs down, 10 seconds on the Masaba scoreboard, and that will do it for the third quarter. Vermillion will trail 38-13 heading into the fourth. We'll be back with the fourth quarter action after this. This is Tanager football brought to you by First Dakota National Bank. We'll be right back after this on ESPN Radio and Vermillion streaming on YouTube.
Being safe means you're sort of protecting yourself. My mom and dad told me how to be safe. It's like super duper important. Hold a grown-up's hands. Put a helmet on because you might hurt your head super duper bad.
Protect their future by protecting yours with your local State Farm agent, Dick Sunday.
Interior technicians.
Jerry, baby,
I got a great idea for your next commercial. You're in a jungle with a dinosaur, looking for an outlet for your vacuum.
Dinosaur? No, I said Intech has over 30 years of commercial cleaning. You know, like office buildings, ensuring happy visitors and a healthy workforce.
Commercial buildings? I think I can work with that, Jerry. I'm gonna make you a star.
Oh my goodness. When you need it clean, call the Intech team.
Welcome back to Tanager Football, brought to you by First Dakota National Bank. It is 3rd and 12 for the Tanagers as we start this fourth quarter, trailing 38-13 on the Mesaba scoreboard. We're going to say that timeout was a quarter timeout brought to you by Murph's Appliance on Main Street in Vermillion. So 3rd and 12, Christopherson brings them to the line. 2 receivers left, 2 receivers right. Christopherson alone in the shotgun. Ryan Chapman was hurt early on. That's been a big loss for this Tanager team. Christopherson over to Peterson. Peterson with a 7-yard gain. That'll make it 4th and 5. 4th and 5 for this Tanager team. So fully expect the Tanagers to go for it every time on 4th down here. You can give him mine. iPhone charger? I think so. It plugs into a USB. You okay with that? Sorry about that. Hayden Christopherson in the shotgun. Looks to his right. And that is complete to Connor Peterson. That is an 11-yard gain for Connor Peterson. Nice job by Connor on that with a nice catch. And you can see that replay brought to you by Pied Piper on Vermillion Streaming on YouTube. Nice 11-yard gain for a first down for Connor Peterson. So it's now 1st and 10 for the Tanagers from the 29-yard line. Nice catch along the sidelines for Connor Peterson. 10:50 to go here in the fourth quarter. Christopherson back in the shotgun. 2 receivers left, 2 receivers right. Vermillion looking to score as Christopherson looks to his left. And that pass, knocked away at the last minute from Nolan Nygren. No flag on the play. That was on number 6, Keyshawn Smith. Number 8, Bentley Osheim. 6s and 8s are hard. They have this multi-layered numbers out there with the trim, and it's a little hard to see at angles. Straight on, yeah, I can see a 42, but at an angle, it's really hard to read. So uniform makers, just learn. You know, broadcasters are human too. That's all I'm saying. Okay, so 2nd and 10 for the Tanagers. 2 receivers again, left and right. Christopherson claps for the snap. He'll pull it down. He's got 5 yards. He's got 9 yards. 9 yards on that run for Hayden Christopherson. Makes it 3rd and 1. Nice decision there by Hayden Christopherson. Maybe decided to run a couple of other times that he probably shouldn't have. But that was perfect. He saw an opening to his left. He took it. 3rd and 1. He gets the play from Tom O'Boyle. 10:09 to go here in the fourth quarter on the Mesaba scoreboard. Vermillion trails 38-13. And we are now under 10 minutes to go. You are listening to Vermillion Tanager Football, brought to you by First Dakota National Bank. All right, 2 left, 2 right. Christopherson alone in the shotgun again. Looks like maybe a little pressure coming from Canton from the right side. Nope, they pull back, and there's going to be a flag. Will that be a delay of game? Nope, false start on Vermillion. That will make it 3rd and 6. So that'll make it 3rd and 6 for Vermillion, now from their own 25-yard line. With 9:41 to go. Yeah, somebody in the back booth here needed an iPad or an iPhone charger. Hopefully the one that I had with the USB connection works for them. So 9:24 to go and counting. Hayden Christopherson in the shotgun. Nygren and Thomas split left. Peterson and Cerny split right. Now Cerny moves from right to left. And Christopherson with a throw over the middle. Connor Peterson. And that is, down at the 1. That is a 24-yard completion to Connor Peterson. That was a beautiful play. You can see that replay brought to you by Pied Piper on Vermillion Streaming on YouTube. 24-yard pass for a first down. It is 1st and goal. And there's a timeout taken for an injury. We'll take a quick timeout as well. Brought to you by Murph's Appliance on Main Street in Vermillion.
Hey kids, it's never too early to start planning for your future. Did you know Masaba provides scholarships and tuition assistance? They are committed to your success, offering engineering, drafting, and welding opportunities, plus scholarships, job shadowing, and mentorship programs. Learn more at masabainc.com/career. When I grow up, I want to work at Masaba.
Masaba Manufacturing. Unlock your future and rock with us.
A game without a crowd is just a scrimmage. A performance without an audience is just a rehearsal. Without your presence, high school sports and the performing arts aren't possible. Ensure that these essential extracurricular activities continue to enrich the lives of students in South Dakota. Purchase a ticket to your local high school's game or performance.
This message presented by the SDHSAA.
Welcome back to Tanager football. Bentley Oshheim ran off under his own power. Hayden Christopherson with the quarterback sneak. And the second effort, that is a touchdown for the Tanagers. Nice job, Hayden Christopherson. All in that second effort, and you can see that replay brought to you by Pied Piper on Vermillion Streaming on YouTube. He was stopped. He was stopped dead in his tracks, but he never stopped moving his legs. Spun to his left. No, spun to his right, but he turned left to do it, and beautiful play. So Vermillion will go for 2. Score is 19-38 on the Masaba scoreboard with 8:50 to go here in the fourth quarter. Nice job by Hayden Christopherson to get that touchdown. Vermillion might not win, but they have to feel good about their effort. Coach O'Boyle has to feel good that his team did not give up. And they did move the ball. A couple of errors here and there have cost them. So 3 receivers split left. Christopherson rolls to his left. Here's a throw over the middle, and that is incomplete. That'll stay 38-19. So on the Masaba scoreboard, 8:50 to go. Vermillion trails by 19 here in the fourth quarter. We'll be back with more Tanager football brought to you by First Dakota National Bank after this on ESPN Radio and Vermillion Streaming on YouTube.
Hi, I'm Farron Pratt, president of First Dakota National Bank in Vermillion. It's just about game time, so grab some snacks, find your seat, and get ready to cheer on the Tanagers to a victory along with First Dakota. And after the game, when you've had a chance to catch your breath, come on down to First Dakota National Bank and chat with us about how we can win your business too. We've got a pretty impressive team, if I do say so myself. But for now, it's game time. Let's go Tanagers!
Welcome back to Vermillion Tanager football, brought to you by First Dakota National Bank. I'm Michael Schumacher alongside Katie and Reagan. Vermillion just scored a touchdown. The 2-point conversion was unsuccessful, but it does make the score 38-19. It's still a 3-possession game with 8 minutes and 50 seconds to go. And so while the likelihood of a Tanager win isn't great, you have to love that they did not give up. Canton has kept their starters in there. They've kept their team going. And so Raleigh French is back to kick off for the Tanagers. And back deep for Canton. You have number 13, Landon Hill. And that one's fielded up at the 30-yard line. Now at the 40. Now at the 43-yard line is number 24, Aiden Schremp. Looks like Hayden John. Raleigh French with the tackle and the takedown. But I will say this. I know Canton wanted flags, but I tell you, Aiden Shrimp was keeping his legs moving. Raleigh was taking him down. I know it looked really aggressive. And I'm sure if Canton did that to one of us, I'd be thinking, yeah, I want a flag. But I think it was a clean play. When Katie gets in a fight with me, that's what she does to me. So, that happens. Here's a handoff to Wallner. Wallner bounces it around. He's at the 50, 45, 35, 25, 10, 5. Touchdown, Canton. That is a 57-yard touchdown run. And you can see that replay brought to you by Pied Piper on Vermillion Streaming on YouTube. So they had held Kane Wallner in check, but that is a 57-yard touchdown run for the USD football commit. And Salvador Lopez is back to kick the extra point for Canton. Here's the snap. It's up, and it is good. And like that, it is 45-19 on the Mesaba scoreboard with 8:30 to go. Vermillion trails Canton. We'll be back for the kickoff after this. It's Tanager football brought to you by First Dakota National Bank on ESPN Radio and Vermillion Streaming on YouTube.
The Pizza Ranch Vermillion is your event headquarters. Enjoy the crisp salad bar, the country's best chicken, and fresh pizza. Want a custom pizza? Just ask. We are proud to offer the buffet your way. And the Fun Zone Arcade features 36 games, 2 golf simulators, and full bar. Perfect for pregame tailgates and parties. Have a business meeting, team, or office party? Reserve the Dakota Center. It holds up to 300 people. Order online at pizzaranch.com for delivery, or circle your wagons and make Pizza Ranch your tailgate place next to USG.
Welcome back to Tanager football as we are in the fourth quarter, 8 minutes, 30 seconds to go. Canton just scored on a 57-yard run by Kane Wallner. So Salvador Lopez back to kick again for Canton. Back deep for Vermillion. Connor Peterson and Michael Beal. And Coach O'Boyle, I'm sure he's going to mention these huge momentum swings where you drive down and you think you have something going, and then all of a sudden this huge play by Canton just leads to being back right where you were 5 minutes ago. That kick comes down to Peterson at the 10, 20, 30, 40. He's to midfield. That is a 40-yard kickoff return for Connor Peterson. So like I said, if you would like to nominate somebody on the Vermillion Streaming for Player of the Game, we would definitely take that. And I know I do have some Canton Seahawk fans watching. I would prefer it be a Vermillion Tanager. That's who I want to talk to for a Tanager talk. But feel free to nominate your player of the game. I think it would be Teague Granum if I were a Canton Seahawk fan. For Vermillion, you have Landon Cerny. You have Connor Peterson, Raleigh French, Hayden Christofferson. So you name them, I'm going to try to talk to them. 8:21 to go. Christofferson alone in the shotgun, 2 left, 2 right. Here's the deep throw to Peterson, and that is another completion down to the 25-yard line. Down to the 26. So a 24-yard pass again to Connor Peterson. That's the second straight completion of 24 yards between Christofferson and Peterson. And so with 8:08 to go, Vermillion has 1st and 10 from the 26-yard line. So that gives Connor Peterson 179 yards tonight in receiving. 169 yards, sorry. 169 yards. I didn't think that sounded right. All right, so Hayden Christofferson alone in the shotgun. Peterson isolated right. 3 receivers left. 7:37 to go. They're going to call false start. But it's like the ref didn't call it until Canton kept pointing. It was weird. I have no doubt that there was a false start. It's just they didn't call it right away. So 1st and 15 now for Vermillion from the 31-yard line. Please don't think I'm saying that there wasn't a false start. It's just it was odd that a couple of Seahawks were pointing, and then all of a sudden a flag comes in. you just don't like to see the timing. The optics aren't good, as they say in politics. So 1st and 15 for the Tanagers from the 31-yard line. 7:11 to go. Again, 3 left, 1 right. Peterson with a stop, go, spin, and that is going to be pass interference. But that's a completion to Peterson down to the 10-yard line. That's another 21-yard pass completion to Connor Peterson. That puts Peterson at 190 yards receiving. 190 yards receiving for Connor Peterson. I have to think maybe he's my player of the game. All right, so it is 1st and goal. They can't get a first down without getting a touchdown. So 1st and goal for the Tanagers. 6:49 to go here in the 4th quarter. Christofferson back in the shotgun. Cerny and Peterson right. Nygren and Thomas left. Here's a throw to Nygren in the end zone, and that is batted away at the last minute by number 24, Aiden Schremp. And Nygren a little slow to get up. Hopefully he's not injured. Maybe just the wind knocked out of him. As Nolan Nygren, 5'10", 150-pound sophomore. Pitcher, catcher, outfielder on baseball. Tom O'Boyle comes out to talk to Nygren. That's an official's timeout. And so Nygren will have to come out. So Hayden Christofferson gets the play from Tom O'Boyle. It's 2nd and goal for the Tanagers at the 10-yard line. Looking at this point, 6:35 to go. Not sure if you're playing to win. I mean, you obviously play to score. But, if you can get yourself into the 20s, you have to feel pretty confident, feel pretty good. This is a good Canton Seahawks defense. And they are not giving an inch here. Hayden Christofferson in the shotgun, 3 to the left. And it's Brock Wilroth to the right. And there's a pass to Connor Peterson. That is a 10-yard touchdown pass. There is a flag, but that's going to be pass interference. And that gives Connor Peterson 200 yards in receiving here on the day. And that is his 2nd touchdown reception as well. So that makes it 45-25. And you can see the replay brought to you by Pied Piper in Vermillion on Vermillion Streaming on YouTube. Again, thank you to Pied Piper for sponsoring that replay. Now, the official coming over to talk to Coach O'Boyle, I'm not quite sure. But the ball is at the 3-yard line. They are going to go for 2. It's 45-25 with 6:29 to go on the Masaba scoreboard here in the Dome. Vermillion trails by 20. But a lot to take away, a lot of positives for this Tanager team offensively. Even defensively, a lot to take away. You eliminate a few big plays. There have been a lot of plays that have been no gain, 1 yard, 2 yards, 3 yards. And I know the big plays are what matter sometimes, so you want to work on that. But Christofferson in the shotgun, and that's going to be encroachment, offsides on Canton. That'll make it half the distance of the goal. So that'll put it at the 1.5-yard line. So Traquan Thomas comes over. Duke Job is talking to Coach O'Boyle. It might be more of a running play this time rather than maybe a pass. As Thomas comes out, Job comes in. Duke Job, a 5'11", 160-pound sophomore. And I say from up here, he looks a little thicker than 160 pounds, I'm just going to say. And so he is lined up in the eye right behind Hayden Christofferson. 2 receivers right, 1 left. Handoff to Job, and he is met at the line of scrimmage, and they will not be successful. So with 6:29 to go, Vermillion will kick off to Canton, trailing 45-25 on the Masaba scoreboard. This is Vermillion Tanager football, brought to you by First Dakota National Bank on ESPN Radio, 101.5 FM, 1570 AM, and Vermillion streaming on YouTube alongside Katie and Reagan. I am Michael Schumacher, and we'll be back right after this.
The Dairy Queen Grill and Chill in Vermillion is proud to support local athletics like USD and the Tanagers. The DQ Fall flavors are in, and DQ has great food at great prices. Get a $7 meal deal. Choose from a cheeseburger or 3-piece chicken basket with fries, a drink, and a sundae for only $7. Got an office team party or birthday party? If you want to celebrate, don't bake, buy a DQ cake. And DQ supports the Sanford Children's Network. So after the game, take your team for a thrill to the Dairy Queen Grill and Chill, 905 East Cherry Street, Vermillion, South Dakota.
Welcome back to Tanager Football, brought to you by First Dakota National Bank from the Dakota Dome with that brand new turf. I will say this, the red in the turf does not quite match the red in the seats and the red that rims the stadium. It's a little different. I'm not quite sure which one is the true actual coyote red, but it's a beautiful turf. That SD paw in the middle is wonderful. So Raleigh French to kick off. Vermillion trails 45-25. And there's a squib kick up the middle, and that is taken there by Kane Wallner at the 30. He brings it around to the 35, and he is tackled at the 39-yard line by number 61, Rylan John. So Rylan John with the tackle, so Canton will take over at their own 39-yard line with 6:21 to go in the fourth quarter. So again, the Tanagers, the likelihood of getting three possessions and 3 scores in 6:21, not likely. But you're proud of the way they haven't given up. Proud of the way that they've continued to fight. Here's the handoff by Reed to Wallner. Wallner over the left-hand side gets down to the 47-yard line. That'll be a gain of 8 for Wallner. A gain of 8 for Kane Wallner. So in our postgame, we will have our stats. Raleigh French in on that tackle again. And we'll also look at scores from around the state. We'll have Coach Tom O'Boyle on with us as well. Looking forward to the postgame show brought to you by First Dakota National Bank. Okay, I don't know about looking forward to it. You don't like the postgame show after a loss, but looking to bring that to you in our conversation with Coach Tom O'Boyle. 5:39 to go. Reed, hands off, straight ahead to number 33. That's a new number for us. Kevin Strand, 5'11", 200-pound sophomore. 5:26 to go. That is a first down, a gain of 6 for number 33. Brings it right out to the 50-yard line. I don't expect Canton to do anything but run the ball from this point forward. Power I, 2 receivers left. Reed under center. Straight ahead, and that is a 2-yard gain for Strand. As the clock continues to run, under 5 minutes to go. So again, next week, Vermillion will be on the road to Madison, and Canton will be on the road, down the road at Sioux Falls Christian. That is going to be a big matchup. Now we will find out how Sioux Falls Christian is doing. In fact, I will do that right now because I'm industrious. I can make the call and check a score. 4:32 to go. Alex Reed brings the Canton Seahawks under center up to the line. Power I formation. Turns and hands it off to Strand, and that is going to be a 3-yard gain for Strand. He now has 3 carries for 11 yards. And if you're looking at Sioux Falls Christian, they are currently leading Lennox. Actually, it's a final. They defeat Lennox 19-8. So it should be a battle of either 1 and 2 or co-number ones. I don't know that beating Lennox makes you not want to vote for Sioux Falls Christian. I'm not sure if this game makes you not want to vote for Canton. So whoever voted last time, and I know somebody who didn't get their vote in, so I could have the power to determine who is number 1 in Class 11A. So I do take bribes. Here is the handoff over the side, and that is Strand again. Gain of about a yard, and that was 4th down. So timeout Vermillion. That'll make it 4th down, so Vermillion will take a timeout, brought to you by Murph's Appliance on Main Street in Vermillion. We'll be back after these messages on ESPN Radio and Vermillion streaming on YouTube. This is Tanager Football, brought to you by First Dakota National Bank.
If you're considering a new roof, you want to put your roof in the hands of Dave's Roofing. Dave's Roofing specializes in residential roofing and has over 10 years of experience. Dave's Roofing covers any job from a 60 to 80 mile radius of Sioux City and has a 10-man crew that completes most jobs in one day. Dave's Roofing will make sure the cleanup job is done right afterwards too. And the products installed are impact rated and eligible for homeowners insurance discounts. Look up Dave's Roofing on Facebook and check out the work that's been done and customer testimonials.
Welcome back to Vermillion Tanagers Football. I'm Michael Schumacher, alongside Katie Crossway Lewedag and her daughter Reagan. And this is Tanagers Football, brought to you by First Dakota National Bank. From the Dakota Dome on the Masaba scoreboard, Vermillion trails 45-25. 3:31 to go. 4th and 4 for Canton. They're going to go for it, looking to salt away the rest of the clock. Alex Reed under center, power I, 2 receivers right. Turns, hands off to Strand. No! It's a misdirection, and that pass is out into the flat over to number 24, Aiden Schremp. And that will be a 7-yard pass play. From Alex Reed to Aiden Schremp, and that'll be a first down for Canton. As that is the first pass received by Aiden Schremp. And 3:25 to go, as Schremp did go out of bounds on the sidelines. So Canton looks to salt away that clock. If they can get another first down, they probably are able to do it. They will continue to run the ball. I will say I was surprised they passed it there, but pass to the flat, pretty effective. Here's the pitch to the right to Schremp. Schremp slips through one tackle, another tackle. Looks to gain about 2 or 3. 2. All right. Katie says it's 2. And so 3:04 to go. 3 minutes and counting. And looks like it's still Alex Reed. 2 receivers split left, power I formation. Hands it off to Strand, and Strand is met with authority by Vermillion, and that is Raleigh French and Cameron Bottleson. Wow! That is the tackle of the game. There was a lot of forward momentum, and then there was a lot of backward momentum. So Strand with, I'd say, no gain there. Makes it 3rd and 8 with 2:19 to go. Again, on the Masaba scoreboard, Vermillion trails 45-25. And again, Canton taking their time. Alex Reed brings them under center, power I again. 2 receivers to the right. And Reed will pass, looking over the middle. Oh, no. Oh, no! Pass broken up by Nolan Nygren. He was able to recover, and that will make it 4th and 7. He was beaten. The receiver did beat him. I'm trying to look at a number of who that was, and I can't quite see a number. Again, if you're not straight on, these numbers are hard to see on these Canton jerseys. But he did beat Nygren, and that's number 18. That was Andrew Ortman that was out there. He had Nygren beat, but the ball was a little underthrown, and Nygren was able to recover and make a great defensive play, causing 4th and 7. Maybe 8. A long 7, short 8. So Reed back to pass over the middle, and this time no, that is incomplete, and Vermillion will take over on downs. So on a 4th and 8, Canton is unable to make the completion, and so Vermillion will take over with 1:46 to go. Again, Not playing. You're not playing to win. It's 20 points. It's 3 possessions. But you know what? You have to feel pretty good about yourself if you can get into 30 points. You know this Canton defense doesn't want to give up 30 points. So again, Vermillion takes over at their own 35. This is the chance to work on your 2-minute offense. This is a chance to work on a couple other plays. So Christofferson back in the backfield, shotgun, alone. 2 receivers left, 2 receivers right. The 2 big names, Peterson and Cerny, are split right. Here's the snap, and Christofferson rolls to his right. Here's a throw to Peterson, again at the 48-yard line. That is a gain of 13 yards for Connor Peterson. That puts him at 213 yards for the night. Just an outstanding performance. Now, I don't know the Vermillion record books. I don't know who has the most receiving yards in a game. But this has to be close, I would think. Because Vermillion's been a very run-oriented team for a number of years, back when the Liebers played, in fact. So here's the snap. Christofferson to the left. And that has to be a penalty, and it is. Here's the thing. Nolan Nygren right now has no pass receptions. But he's been interfered with at least twice. And so it's unfortunate that there isn't a stat that reflects that. You know, right now it looks like, no pass receptions, targeted how many times. But he's been effective enough that the defense has had to defend him in such a way that we have gained yardage out of it. So 30 yards in penalty yardage, that's a pretty solid day for a receiver. So Christofferson back in the shotgun. 2 receivers left, 2 receivers right. Christofferson to the left. And Traquan Thomas is unable to come up with it. That will make it 2nd and 10 for Vermillion from the Canton 38-yard line. So 1:07 to go on the Masaba scoreboard. Vermillion trails 45-25. Christofferson breaks the huddle. And again, this is Tanager football brought to you by First Dakota National Bank. We want to thank them for their corporate sponsorship. 2 receivers left, 2 right. Christofferson gets the snap, looks to his right. Hits Peterson. No, not Peterson. Hits Mike O'Beal, who is able to complete it. Loses it as he goes out of bounds. That's an 11-yard gain for Mike O'Beal. So Mike O'Beal with his first reception of the day. Again, just a reminder, USD football on Classic Hits tomorrow, starting at 3 o'clock with kickoff, 2 o'clock, John Thayer pregame, 1 o'clock, yours truly's pregame brought to you by Dick Sunday, State Farm Insurance out of Vermillion. I will also be doing the Breakfast with the Coaches show from 8 until 10. At 10 o'clock, the FCS Nation program, a 1-hour program talking about nothing but FCS football. Christofferson goes deep, and that was some miscommunication there. So that will cause 2nd and 10 from the 27-yard line with 36 seconds to go. And again, while you guys are here, I want to thank Katie and Reagan for bailing me out today. Jen just wasn't feeling up to it with her shoulder. And otherwise, this would have been me doing all of this, and it would have looked like, yeah. So I want to thank the 2 of them for bailing me out. And so the product you see is all because of them. All right, 36 seconds to go. Hayden Christofferson back in the shotgun. Mike O'Beal and Brock Wilroth split right. Nolan Nygren, Traquan Thomas split left. Pass to Thomas, and that is complete for 9 yards. A 9-yard completion to Traquan Thomas. That gives him over 50 yards today in receiving. 23 seconds to go. Clock still running. Vermillion working, looking to get over 30 points today. 16, 15. Here's the snap to Christofferson. He looks left, looks right. He's going to the end zone. Here's Mike O'Beal, and he is incomplete. That's going to make it 4th and 1 with 9 seconds to go. pretty much all rides on this play. 4th down, 1 yard from the 18-yard line. I know, Vermillion's not going to win. You're saying, what all rides in it? There's a lot of momentum tonight for this Tanager team. This offense is showing what it can do. This offense is showing that it doesn't back down. This defense doesn't back down. Yes, they gave up some big plays. I know that. But they also stopped a really good offense a lot. This Canton Seahawks team is ranked number 1 for a reason. And I think if you're a Tanager fan, you have to feel some enthusiasm coming out of this game. I know I do. So Hayden Christopherson, 3 receivers right, 1 left. Here's the snap. For all the glory. Pass over the middle. Yes! Traquan Thomas. Touchdown! Traquan Thomas! That's what you get for the Tanagers. Makes it 45-31. That is a 23-yard touchdown pass to Traquan Thomas, giving him over 70 yards of receiving tonight. And you can see the replay brought to you by Pied Piper on the Vermillion stream. Traquan Thomas makes it 45-31. So proud of this team. And Traquan Thomas really coming into his own. So Raleigh French looks to make it 45-32. And I see Coach O'Boyle and I see Coach Culver down there. They are not disappointed. Here's the kick. It is up, and it is no good. That's okay. 2 seconds to go. I think we're just going to run this clock out. And we're going to, you know what, we're just going to keep it here. I'm not going to kick it to a commercial. So congratulations to Canton. They played a great game. Vermillion, I'm just going to say congratulations. I think they played a great game as well. I know losing sucks, but I think you have to look at how they played this game. I think the offense showed a lot of life. I think the offense showed a lot of ability. You know what? They lost Ryan Chapman early, and he's a big part. He would have been a big part of that receiving core as well. Connor Peterson really came out tonight. Traquan Thomas came out tonight. Landon Cerny showed out really well tonight. I think Hayden Christopherson showed out really well as well. Really proud of this team. Really proud of how they played. And so really hoping as a Tanager fan that you are as well. So 2 seconds to go on the Masaba scoreboard. Vermillion trails 45-31. One last time, Raleigh French back to kick. And it'll just be a pooch kick. It's fielded, and that will run out the clock, and that will do it. Oh, no. And there's a player down for the Tanagers. Oh, it is number 65. Number 65, I believe that's Cameron Bottleson. Looks like he was hurt on the kickoff. He got off on his own. But we will be back. Vermillion Falls on the Masaba scoreboard, 45-31. We'll be back with our post-game show. We will look at around the state at the scores. We'll look at next week's matchup with Madison. We'll bring you all the stats, big numbers for both teams, and we'll talk to Coach Tom O'Boyle when we come back with our First Dakota National Bank post-game show. This is Vermillion Tanager Football, brought to you by First Dakota National Bank. We'll be back after this on ESPN Radio, 101.5 FM, 1570 AM, and Vermillion streaming on YouTube.
Welcome to Runnings in Vermillion. Shop their great lineup of clothes for women. Names like Ariat and Carhartt for men. Boots and shoes and kids' clothing. Runnings has a large supply of animal food and accessories. Love the outdoors? See the selection of ammo, firearms, and fishing equipment. For everything you need, walk through the doors at Runnings, your home, farm, and outdoor store, Vermillion.
I'm Blaine Olson, owner of Blaine's Body Shop in Vermillion. I grew up here, graduated here, and now have a business here. I'm proud to serve the community that has helped me live this dream. I have top-notch equipment, the latest in training, along with a work ethic and the desire to serve you. Should you need repairs in the future, please remember Blaine's Body Shop across from Polaris on the Highway 50 bypass in Vermillion.
Blaine's Body Shop. Blaine's Body Shop. Automotive collision repair.
Now online at blainsbodyshop.com.
We're just keeping that up there so you can see the teams coming together in unity in center field. That's what high school football is about. That's what football in South Dakota is about. Just these teams coming together after a hard-fought victory and a hard-fought game. So congratulations to both teams. We will be back in just 1 minute after this.
Get the finest wood in the neighborhood. Down at the lumberyard. Down at the lumberyard.
But it's not just wood at the lumberyard. With a wide variety of quality building materials, the folks at the lumberyard can help you with all of your project needs. Whether it be paint, siding, cabinets, windows, or of course lumber, the lumberyard is ready to help. The best wood in the neighborhood at the lumberyard, 1000 West Cherry Street in Vermillion. Midwest Ready Mix and Clark's Rentals are your locally owned and operated ready mix and rental companies available in both Yankton and Vermillion. The Oshkosh front discharge mixers allow for easy placement of concrete and they're nearly unstoppable. More of a do-it-yourself fan? You can also get all your hand tools, mini excavators, skid steers, aerial lift equipment, and more for any job you need to get done. Choose Midwest Ready Mix and Clark's Rentals as your concrete and rental equipment headquarters of Yankton and Vermillion.
And now, the post-game show brought to you by Dairy Queen Vermillion. Once again, the voice of the Tanagers, Michael Schumacher.
Welcome back to Tanager. Welcome back to Tanager Football, brought to you by First Dakota National Bank. My name is Michael Schumacher, alongside Katie Lewedag and her daughter Reagan, as we are going to give you some scores and stats. We will get to the stats here in just a minute, as I'm going to give you scores from around the state. So, around the state, let's take a look at Class 11A first. And now I'm losing a viewer because Katie has to use her calculator to do math. She's helping me with the stats, so I can't give her too much grief. Dakota Valley defeats Lakota Tech 63-0. Del Rapids, number 5, defeats Receiving Votes Rapid City Christian 40-24. Tri-Valley shuts out Belle-Fourche 37-0. Madison defeats Custer 42-16. Madison is who Vermillion will be playing next week in Madison. West Central defeats McCook Central Montrose 55-7. Canton defeats Vermillion, obviously 45-31. Sioux Falls Christian, co-number 1 with Canton, defeats Lennox 19-8. Millbank leads Groton area 32-28 with 1 minute to go in the fourth. Let's look at 11AA where Yankton resides. Yankton defeats Douglas 74-6. So a nice comeback victory for Yankton off that loss last week to Watertown. Watertown, goes down. The Evil Empire loses. Pier, 14. Watertown, 28. We are going to have a new number 1 in 11AA next week. I know I'm casting my vote for Watertown. All right, Aberdeen Central leads number 5 Brookings 7-0 with 7 minutes to go in the fourth. I picked Aberdeen to beat Brookings. I want that on the record. T-Area defeats Huron 41-14. I actually called Watertown too, by the way. T-Area defeats Huron 41-14. I need to find a bookie that takes action on high school football. Sturgis Brown leads Rapid City Stevens 17-16 with 8 minutes to go in the third. In 11 AAA action, Harrisburg defeats Rapid City Central 42-8. Brandon Valley defeats O'Gorman 27-0. Action tomorrow in 11 AAA, Sioux Falls Washington versus Sioux Falls Jefferson, and Sioux Falls Lincoln versus Sioux Falls Roosevelt. There's action tomorrow in 11 AA with Mitchell versus Spearfish. Now in 11B, some big matchups. Let's start with number 1 versus number 2. Winner defeats EPJ 18-8 in a close matchup, one that we one that we were keeping an eye on. And that should be, I could see them facing each other. But Sioux Valley is another tough team in that in 11B, and they defeated Clark Willow Lake 56-36, and Clark Willow Lake entered that matchup undefeated. Also, Miller Highmore Herald 26, Chamberlain 20, West Central 55, McCook Central Montrose 7, Hot Springs 12, lead Deadwood 0, and Mount Vernon Plankton over Wagner 36-6. Aberdeen Roncalli defeats Mobridge Pollock 42-0. Bridgewater Emory Ethan 22, Beersford 13. I called that one incorrectly. Parker did defeat Baltic 16-6. Millbank again leads Groton area 32-28. Flandreau shuts out Sisseton 47-0. And Woonsocket Wessington Springs Sanborn Central defeats Webster area 50-12. Now let's get into that 9-man action. Parkston, number 1 Parkston defeats Hanson 34-9. Kimball White Lake defeats Platte Geddes 52-8. Britton Heckler over Florence Henry 58-6. Viborg Hurley 48. Alcester Hudson 38 in a great matchup. And if you want to rewatch that, you can go to 5-star streaming on YouTube. Waverly South Shore over Wabash Summit 20-18. Leola Frederick area over North Central 60-18. Elton Lake Benton 42, DeSmet nothing. Stanley County 44, Redfield 8. Hamlin 59-8 over Great Plains Lutheran. Receiving votes, Tripp Delmont Armour, Andy Central Dakota Christian defeats Scotland Meadow 64-14. It's Pickstown Power taking that Andy Central team to the next level. Bonholm defeats Gregory 28-8. Harding County Bison, with 2 minutes to go in the game, lead Hill City 50-35. Hill City probably going down for their first loss in 9-man football. Going down for the first time. Freeman Marion Freeman Academy 68, Gayville Vollen 40, Canastota 20, Garrettson 13, Kadoka area 34, Bennett County 8 with 2 minutes to go in the third, and number 2 Wall leads New Underwood 53-6 with at the end of period 3. In 9A, it's Timberlake over Faith, Howard over Chester area, Ipswich over Northwestern, Viborg Hurley again over Alcester Hudson, Lyman over Jones County, Leola Frederick area over North Central, Dupree over Potter County, Warner defeats Faulkton area in a 3-2, 28-20. And we will get back to these as we have Coach O'Boyle with us. We'll get him potted up here. Coach, you know, I saw you seem almost celebratory there after that touchdown at the end. One thing I'm going to say, it's tough, a loss like this, but your team didn't give up. Your team played until the end.
No, we talked about the hole we put ourselves, giving up big plays in the first half, and told them don't worry about the scoreboard and the clock. The second half, we come out and play our football, and we're going to take our foot off the gas. And it's nice that you can, go down and execute. And Hayden threw a great ball to a young receiver, stuck in the end zone there at the end. So it means something to know. It's a confidence builder, and you're 3 games in. Those type of drives are going to come back and mean something to us at the end of the year when it's old hat to do so. So I thought, I'm very pleased with 31 points and probably set a record for number of forward passes in one game and yards. But, it's kind of what we've talked about. That was our strength, and we were staying away from their strength. And we just feel like had we not shot ourselves in the foot in that first half, this is a whole different game. I'm disappointed that we finished 2 touchdowns down. I'm not too sure we're 2 touchdowns worse in the game that we played against them tonight. I think we did a great job early, and for whatever reason, we 3rd and 22, give up a touchdown. Give up a 52-yard run, give up a 50-yard run, give up a couple passes overhead because we're not looking at keys. So all things to go back to school with and work. And, we're not happy being 1-2. Not happy at all. Play a good team in Madison next week. So we're going to have to do some film study and do it right.
And that's exactly right. A lot to learn from. And it was, there'd be these moments where it'd be 6, 7, 8 plays in a row of really stopping them, maybe 1 yard, 4 yards. They were making some momentum. But I think nothing more indicative than that 3rd and I think 24, and they get 30 yards to Rosaboom.
Yep.
You know, out of the backfield. You know, you focus on Grantham, you focus on Wallner, and all of a sudden their fullback's the one who's able to sneak out and get behind you. You know, and those are really confidence killers and momentum killers, aren't they?
Right. You know, I mean, it's just they're backbreakers at the time, and we've got to learn to pull together there and understand the down and distance and the chains and make a play. And all in all, we. It's a team loss. It's a team win when you win. We got to go back to the drawing board. Although I think I like this offense. The kids love this offense. You know, it's physical education at its finest. You're over there calling routes. Over there calling more routes than I can shake a stick, and I'll see numbers and lines and things. And when I close my eyes tonight, but all in all, it was a team that didn't quit. Sure could have been blown out here badly, but we. Second half, continued to move the football. We didn't finish 4 drives in the first half, so things all in all, a lot of opportunities for improvement, and we'll make them.
Well, and you talked about this offense and the kids loving it. I don't know record books for Vermillion, but Connor Peterson, 213 yards unofficially, according to my in receiving yards, and more than that. Really making some really nice adjustments to the ball to be able to make those catches. He made one on the sideline here, just angling out of bounds, getting his feet in, maintaining possession. A couple of other ones where he would really just good concentration. Really a breakout game for him, it seemed, tonight. But also for Landon Cerny, 74 yards. But Traquan Thomas looking really good. And, of course, your quarterback, Hayden Christofferson, showing that he can sling it. Like you said, this might be that offense moving forward, but that has to be some confidence that you guys were able to execute against a really good Canton defense that hadn't given up much all year.
No, we feel good about the young men that you've mentioned, and that none of that happens if the offensive line doesn't do a great job in front of them and keeping Hayden clean. And I thought for the most part we did that. So. Hayden spread the ball around to the secondary, determines where the ball goes, and I think all of our kids made some really nice adjustments, really nice catches, and we were mixing and matching there at the end, moved Michael out to a receiver, and he makes a great first down catch down the sideline here. So, those type of things that we just have to continue to build on, but anytime you're giving up 7 scores on the other side, it's going to be tough to win.
Well, and we talk defensively as well. One name that kept coming up, and I think if he got a homecoming king vote for every tackle he had tonight, I think Raleigh French wins. It seemed like we were calling his name all night long on the defensive side.
I'm sure I'm sure you were. I mean, he's a returning All-State middle linebacker, and I think you see why on a every Friday night. He has the ability to slip blocks and be physical in his tackles. So we love the fact number 59 is wearing red on our side, and he's certainly a great football player.
He really is. Well, now you turn the page, you come back and watch some film, and you get ready for Madison. Madison had a win tonight against Custer, so you kind of move on to that. But it's a road game, it's a road trip. Not super long, but not super close. What's the plan over the next week or so?
Oh, we keep the same plan. We'll have a JV game Monday, and we'll watch film. Tuesday for an hour with the linemen, and then the skills watch film for the next hour when the linemen are outside. We'll have a game plan formulated to mix and match with what we see in Madison and try to exploit what they do. Historically they've been a slam the ball right at you, so it fits kind of what we saw tonight. So we'll have to roll our sleeves up. We just got to be a little more stout inside and hold the line of scrimmage better and tackle lower.
All right. Well, Coach, thank you so much again for coming up and talking with us.
Oh, Michael, I appreciate it.
We will see you next week.
Yes, sir.
All right. Have a great one. Go Padres.
Boy, they better win tonight.
I know. I'm going to have to watch what the Twins are doing, too. Hey. That is Coach Tom O'Boyle with us here on our First Dakota National Bank post-game show. This is ESPN Radio 101.5 FM, 1570 AM, and Vermillion streaming on YouTube. But let's take a look at those stats. First, let's take a look for Canton. Somebody did not add up Canton, but that's okay. I can do it real quick as well. All right, so Kane Wallner, he had 15 carries. For 116 yards. 116 yards for Kane Wallner. Teague Granum, and hopefully Teague is not too hurt. He was injured there towards the end of the third quarter, early fourth quarter. But I have him down for 181 yards. So between Granum and Wallner, 297 yards rushing. Now, these are unofficial. These are my rudimentary stats. And then you had a couple of other rushers coming through with about 10, 15 yards. Passing, I have Reed down at 144 yards passing, really efficient. 1 touchdown, 44 yards for Rosaboom, 58 yards for Granum, 56 yards for Wallner. And so just an efficient night for Canton. They were able to get those big plays going. Now, rushing for Vermillion, only one player rushed the ball. That was quarterback Hayden Christofferson. He had 11 rushes for 19 yards. Passing, though, Hayden Christofferson, and I'm not good at keeping track of incompletions, but he did have 25 completions for 300. Yes, 375 yards for Hayden Christofferson. 213 of that to Connor Peterson. 74 of those to Traquan Thomas. 74 to Landon Cerny. And 11 to Micah. To Micah, sorry. So Vermillion. I just looked at the USD paw out there. Vermillion will now move to 1-2 on the season. They travel to Madison on Friday. That'll be on Vermillion streaming on YouTube and here on ESPN Radio as well. I will be there. We'll see if Jen's recovered. I know Katie's bailing on me. Reagan's probably not going to want to go with me. I get that. That's fine. So I'll find someone. Maybe my mom and dad might be stuck running computer and camera. Yeah, Gary and Linda, you heard me. You might be tripping with me to Madison. We'll see. Get the crew back together. But I think there are a lot of positives for the Tanagers to take away from this. Obviously, there are some negatives as well. But, you keep moving forward. And so let's take a finishing look at 9A and 9B football as Howard defeats Chester area, Ipswich over Northwestern, Viborg Hurley over Alcester Hudson. Other area games, again, Freeman Marion, Freeman Academy 68, Gayville Vollen 40, Wall 59-6 over New Underwood. In 9B, you had Burke over Sunshine Bible Academy. Avon defeated Corsica Stickney 54-20. Sully Buttes over Hitchcock Tulare 48-18. Warner 28, Fulton area 20. Canastota 20-13 over Garrettson. Del Rapids St. Mary's leads Coleman Egan 8-6 with 7 minutes to go in the third. And Harriet Selby area 24 leads Lemon McIntosh, the Fightin' Shane Penfields 24-22 at the start of period 4. Well, just a reminder, tomorrow, breakfast with the coaches. I have a bunch of the coaches set up for tomorrow. That'll be 8 to 10 on ESPN Radio. Also, we'll be bringing you FCS Nation Radio. I know I've been pushing that a lot, but it's a fun program. It really is. And that'll run from 10 to 11. And that'll get you primed. And then at 1 o'clock, we start the Dick Sunday pregame show for USD football. 2 o'clock, John Thayer will start his pregame show. And 3 o'clock, we kick off USD at Portland State. USD coming off that loss, but kind of a victory at Camp Randall in Wisconsin, Madison, Wisconsin. Next Vermillion Tanager action will be on Tuesday as they host Sioux Falls Christian. I will have that here on Vermillion streaming on YouTube. We'll have an pregame interview with Coach Kayla Harris. We will also have a pregame interview with Sioux Falls Christian coach. So we really hope you guys can join us for that, as we are loving to bring you Tanager volleyball. Still deciding if I'm able to make it to Madison on Thursday. That's a long slog to turn around and come back and go back to Madison the next day. I don't know if I can talk my bosses into that, and we'll see. But otherwise, I think we're going to keep our powder dry, but we will be bringing you some more Vermillion Tanager volleyball as the season goes. And Coach Claire Kurtz, we will be doing a Tanager Talk profile of Tanager assistant coach Claire Kurtz. She was on our post-game show last night. So for Katie Lewedag and her daughter Reagan, I'm Michael Schumacher. This has been Tanager Football, brought to you by First Dakota National Bank on the Masaba scoreboard. Vermillion Falls 45-31. We'll be back next week with more football and volleyball on Tuesday and more great sports in between. You can always catch me on At the Mic from 7 until 9 every Monday through Friday on ESPN Radio and KVTK.com. You guys have a great night. Stay safe. Love you. And we'll talk to you later.
This has been a presentation of Vermillion Tanagers football on ESPN 101.5, AM 1570, and Vermillion Streaming. Thanks for tuning in and joining us for all Vermillion Tanagers football games. And thank you to our sponsors, including
State Farm Insurance Agent Dick Sunday, Vermillion Auto Works, Murph's Appliance, Knudsen Family Dentistry, Intech, Pump and Pack, Dakota Realty, Masaba, First Dakota National Bank, Vermillion Vision Care, Todd's Electric, Larry's Heating and Cooling, Vermillion Medical Clinic, Slumberland, Candy's Couture, Clay County Abstract and Title Company, Blaine's Body Shop, Kalen's Indoor Comfort, JFI, Pizza Ranch, Fuller Digital Solutions, Yankton Thrive, Runnings, Thermobond, The Lumberyard, Dairy Queen Vermillion, Midwest Ready Mix, Clark's Rentals, and Dave's Roofing.
This has been a presentation of 5 Star Communications Incorporated.